Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund's Law Enforcement Traffic Fatalities Solution-Based Forum. Really, thank you for joining us, particularly to those in person and also to those who are joining us from afar virtually. Thank you very much. I am Bill Alexander. I'm the CEO of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund. I'm incredibly humbled to play even a small part in terms of honoring our heroes. As I suspect many of you might know, I retired from law enforcement myself after 25 years with the Prince George's County Police Department, which is just outside of Washington, D.C. And I suspect so many in this room, have not just dedicated my entire adult life to the law enforcement profession, but I also know men whose names are etched in the very sacred walls across the street, like I suspect so many of you. So this place, this space, I hope each of you recognize and feel welcome in as much your home as it might be mine, an extension of your professional home. So welcome to what has been and continues to be a very sacred and special place, certainly across the street at the memorial, but also here in this world-class museum, this very special place which hopes to and tries to tell the story of American law enforcement, tell the story in ways in which I'm convinced many in the public have not seen or heard before, the story which exemplifies and helps to honor what I still see as our profession, not just a necessary good, but just an overwhelming good for our country, for our society, for our communities. I think I can make a very compelling case that law enforcement has been and continues to be an instrumental part of our democracy. And in part, we try to tell that very story here in the museum. And of course, also tell the stories of the men and women whose names are across the street. I was going to go through some housekeeping stuff, which Nick sort of stole, but for those who are not otherwise aware, there are bathrooms on both levels of the main museum. If you go out of the theater and turn right, they are at the end of that sort of hallway, both on this floor and the floor above. The floor above, there's also some vending machines up there, so you're welcome to grab something out of the vending machine. I know we're giving you lunch, so don't feel compelled to buy an oatmeal cream pie, although they are delicious. I did want to point out that the museum is entirely open to you. If you have not been here before, again, welcome. I hope you will have the opportunity to explore and to see and hear those stories that I just mentioned, perhaps in ways that even you have not seen or heard before. And importantly, the forum today is free, and of course we advertise it as free, but what we did not put, or we might have put in the small print, is that our retail shop will be open, and everyone must buy at least one item. So do not look at it as buying an overpriced t-shirt. I hope what you will look at it as buying a very high quality t-shirt and also to some degree supporting us and our mission. So thank you if you are otherwise willing to buy something from the retail shop. Across the street today, right now, there are 24,412 names, the names of our heroes, the names of our peers, the names of men and women who sacrificed everything on behalf of their community, on behalf of this country. All of us, again, I suspect, know someone quite intimately whose name is across the street. So in part, I would like to thank all of you for not just your continuing service, but certainly I thank you for that. I also thank you for, in ways both big and small, helping us honor our promise to remember, to honor, memorialize those very same men and women, and help us honor our promise to remind the nation of their service and sacrifice. So really, thank you very much. We, the organization of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, could not do what we do without the support of so many across the country, and certainly everyone in the law enforcement profession helping us to fulfill that very honorable mission. I know my Officer Safety and Wellness team is really excited to dig into their program and various presentations today. They've spent a ton of time behind the scenes putting together what I know is a very, very compelling package. And I hope each of you find value in what they have collected together. What we collectively as a profession, both in law enforcement and then the various agencies outside of law enforcement, sort of law enforcement adjacent, for many years, decades, so many people have been involved in sort of the officer safety and wellness front, thinking about both the data related to those line of duty deaths, which does give us a window into the how, where, why too many men and women in uniform die each year, but using that data in part and then using the expertise of experts across the field to come up with new, innovative programs, best practices, trying to make it safer for the men and women who are still out on the streets doing the job, which includes many of you in the room today. And so in part, that is the continuation of our mission also here. So we've talked about the memorial, where we try to honor the fallen, the museum, where we try to tell the story of American law enforcement. And our third pillar is officer safety and wellness, where we, among a constellation of others, try to come up with those programs and best practices, trying to turn that risk needle down for the men and women in uniform. And we use a phrase to try to keep names off of the wall, which I know all of you will intimately understand. And so today's program is a part of that broader effort, not just by us, but so many in the field. But certainly today, it is our continuing effort to push that needle towards the less risk profile, to save lives and to keep names off of the wall. So Nick gave me about 16 pages of stuff he would have otherwise loved me to go over and preview, but I'm going to leave that to Troy. I'm just going to essentially close out and say, we, the Memorial Fund, have existed since 1984, following an act of Congress which allowed for us to be created. We have existed entirely on donations. Donations from many, largely in the law enforcement community, but to varying degrees also donations from various corporate partners. And I just want to take a moment to recognize those corporate partners who have helped make not just today, but our continuing mission a reality. So today I'd like to publicly thank particularly Verizon Frontline, the sponsor of our Destination Zero program, T-Mobile for Government, who's sponsoring our psychological health initiatives, and Whelan Engineering, lead sponsor of today's forum. These companies stand proudly with law enforcement, and they have generously helped to fund the officer safety and wellness on our initiatives. And without their support and the support of so many across the country like you, the work we do today and the work we do all year would not be possible. So as part of that thanks, before we get into the actual program, I would love to invite up Mr. Chris Watkins, the technology sales manager at Whelan Engineering, to come up and say a few words. Where is Chris? Now, before Chris, well, hold your applause. Before Chris says anything, you know, I'm very privileged to be in a position where I came from law enforcement, and when I retired just 3.5, maybe 4 years ago, I've told other people I'm almost embarrassed to admit how almost despondent I was, feeling, particularly 4 years ago, the broad sentiment, at least what I felt was the broad sentiment across the nation about law enforcement, that so many in the media, popular media, social media, news media, maybe even worryingly from the mouths of too many of our elected officials, feeling like the profession I had spent my entire life in and dedicated to, feeling such strong positive feelings about that profession, was being demonized and attacked in ways that I thought were almost entirely unfair. And almost immediately from my first day, I began to recognize that the feelings of despondency and despair were not based in reality, because every single day I would come into contact with someone, particularly, or a company like Whelan, who reinforced with me that actually there is broad support for law enforcement all across the country. Whelan is an amazing, amazing company, not just for the products they make, but particularly for the world-class products they make in terms of public safety, light bars, and all of the equipment they make. But Whelan is a privately owned company. They need not spend a single dime in any sort of charitable effort. And for year after year after year, for the last 4 or 5 years, Whelan has been one of the strongest supporters of us specifically, but law enforcement generally. Often unthanked, unsung, they have asked for nothing from us, really nothing. Every single year for the last 4 years, Whelan sponsors a NASCAR race car. It's the number 2 Chevy Whelan car, driven this year by Jesse Love. And for the last 4 years, they have taken their car, which normally would have a giant Whelan logo on it, and for one race each year, they take our logo and they wrap the entire car in our logo and our colors. And on the trunk lid, they list the name of every single officer who has died that we read the names of the candlelight vigil from the year before. This year, there were 345 names on that trunk lid, and they have done this year after year after year. Again, unsung, not asking for anything other than them feeling an obligation to help give back to this community that everyone in this room is a part of. And so it's touch moments like that that I am reinvigorated, and the confidence that I have in the American public having confidence in us and our profession but importantly, recognizing that companies and people who don't otherwise have to find ways to support us. So if you, even those virtually, if you have in any way a connection to your fleet management and you are not considering Whelen products, I hope you will, because they are world-class. They're the best product you can buy. But just as importantly, when you're buying those products, you're contributing to a company that is giving back to us in ways both big and small that are almost immeasurable. So it really is my pleasure to introduce Chris and give him the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Hello, it's an honor to welcome you to the 2025 National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund Traffic Safety Forum. I want to first begin by thanking each of you for the work you do to protect our communities. So to the sheriffs and chiefs, your leadership sets the tone for departments nationwide. To the police training departments, you provide the next generation of officers with the tools they need to stay safe and serve well. To the public safety advocates, your voice drives progress and accountability, importance of collaboration across all levels of government. Thank you for prioritizing our policies to support safety. And to the risk managers, your work behind the scenes makes a more powerful impact on the front lines. And to everyone here today with a shared interest in law enforcement safety, thank you. Your dedication builds stronger departments and safer communities. My name is Chris Watkins, and I have the privilege of serving as technology sales manager at Whelen Engineering. For more than 70 years, Whelen has proudly designed and manufactured emergency warning products and technology in the U.S., all in support of one mission: to protect those who protect us. Today's forum is more than just technology. It's about saving lives. We're proud to partner with NLEOMF to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and to make sure that fewer names are added to that memorial each year. Every innovation, every conversation today is rooted in that goal. I'd like to share a story with you. So last year, my son and I were towing a 30-foot RV down from Valdosta, Georgia. We blew a tire just south of Gainesville on I-75. Big trailer, small shoulder. I think a lot of you have been on the side of the road a whole lot more than I have. The jack I needed was on the other side of the trailer, and I spent about 10 minutes trying to find a gap in traffic because vehicles just weren't moving over to get that jack so we could get the tire changed. And I just couldn't find a gap in traffic to do that. And I had my son standing way off the side of the road, and I looked at him a couple times and just thought, is my son going to watch me die trying to change a tire? So our officers deal with a whole lot more than just changing a tire. They're conducting traffic stops, assisting crash victims, and making arrests, often just inches away from traffic, driving at 70 miles an hour. The job doesn't stop when a shoulder's too narrow, and yet they show up every single day. That's why it's on us as manufacturers, leaders, and innovators to give them tools to think ahead, act faster, and make their jobs as safe as possible. At Whelen, we've always believed our jobs to get officers to the scene and back safely. For decades, that meant providing American manufactured lights and sirens so they can rely on. But just in the past few years, the mission has evolved. So Whelen's supporting first responders in cloud-based technology and works harder and smarter to protect our officers. So the Whelen Cloud Platform is a connected system designed to enhance every part of the response, whether that's roadside visibility during a stop, whether it's vehicle diagnostics on the vehicle, or automated features that reduce stress behind the wheel. Today, I want to focus on one area in particular because it remains one of the most dangerous environments officers face. Let's talk about intersection safety. So intersections are high-risk environments, especially when officers are running code. They require fast decisions, precise timing, and constant awareness, not just of the traffic, but of the call, the surroundings, and the tools that they're having to use. That's where WCP comes in. I want to talk you through just 3 features of the many features that WCP has that we can protect lives at intersections. So feature number 1 is geofence control tech. Now, 10 years ago, this was really unheard of. But let me first kind of explain what our lighting system does, give you kind of the basics of our control systems. So for years, Wheelan's run hardware where we can control every single light on the vehicle, and we can tell it what color to be, what brightness to be, what flash pattern to be, and we can control the sirens completely independently. This allows us to create bright, chaotic patterns and tones to clear traffic during a call, but also slow it down, especially at nighttime when traffic stops, so we're not giving night blindness to oncoming traffic. So with our vehicle control tech and cloud, we can now adjust not only the lighting based on the officer input, but also vehicle location. We can boost light intensity, adjust flash patterns, and modulate siren tones, all without the officer having to take their hands off the wheel or their eyes off the road. It creates a highly visible, highly effective alert to surrounding traffic, allowing the officer to stay focused during one of the most vulnerable moments of the response. Sorry about that. Traffic preemption is feature number 2. Now, we've integrated with the 5 leading traffic preemption companies around the world. This allows officers to request green light access at intersections when en route to a call. The results are dramatic. There's up to 75% fewer intersection collisions, and we can get you 25% faster to the scene. It's a powerful improvement, not just in safety, but also in response and effectiveness. And feature number 3 is responder alerts. We've also teamed up with Haas Safety Cloud. This allows Wheelan-equipped vehicles to detect and warn officers of a possible collision with another emergency vehicle up to 30 seconds in advance, even across jurisdictions. Think about what that means. 2 vehicles from 2 different agencies responding to the same scene at a high speed, both get a warning before they even see each other. That kind of foresight is no longer theoretical. It's happening today in the field right now, and it's saving lives. I'd like to show you what this looks like in action. So here's a real-world example from Greene County, Missouri, where the technology was used during a vehicle pursuit. Their agency trained thoroughly on this system. And when the moment came, it worked exactly as designed. I'm gonna show you 3 short videos, kind of build up what's going on here. This is what the officer sees in the vehicle. This is the control panel that they typically control their lights and sirens with. And you're gonna hear an audible beep and obviously see the control panel flash. And I want you to kind of remember this beep because you're gonna hear it in the next video. But this, when an officer is about to be in a collision with another emergency vehicle, this is what they get in the vehicle. Now, this is a pursuit of a stolen vehicle. Pursuit's been going on for a little bit of time, just showing you a small clip of this, but you're gonna hear some things. So first, this is a patrol Mustang. You're gonna hear a very loud grumble of the engine as he's in a hot pursuit. And about 5 seconds into the video, you're gonna hear that beep. So know that that officer is what he's seeing inside the vehicle and the audible beep that he's getting. And you're gonna recognize that exhaust starts to calm down. He's letting off the gas. He's building some distance in between the vehicle that he's chasing because he knows very soon ahead there's a potential collision with another emergency vehicle. The officer also starts to over-communicate location with his teammates out in the field. So you're gonna hear a lot of radio traffic. It's really hard to understand, but he's communicating with the other officers in the area to let them know exactly where he is and what intersection they're approaching. So I'm gonna let it play out and I'll talk a little bit about it. So you hear the beep. You see the engines come down a little bit and he's now communicating heavily on the radio, building a little bit of distance in between him and the suspect. Emergency vehicle approaching from the left. As soon as he knows he's clear, he's right back into the chase. Seeing that kind of technology. And I just want you to know that that was exactly 30 seconds of that beat. And did that seem like an eternity? right? It seemed like a long time to get some notification that I'm about to be in a crash and I can modify what I'm doing as an officer. We even have video from the opposing vehicle that was coming from the left. This is an older vehicle with older technology. It still had cloud platform in it, so that's why that first officer was getting the notification. But because of the training in this agency, this officer knew exactly what's going on at the next intersection, and you can see he took a lot of caution before approaching.
Approaching division, we're over the bridge right now. Approaching division,
Stolen vehicle?
southbound through division.
There's the officer. I can't say this absolutely kept this collision from happening, but I bet it had a lot of weight built into it. So that's what's possible when technology, training, and teamwork come together. It's not just about the hardware. It's about creating systems that work with the officer, not just against them. Systems that amplify awareness, reduce risk, and ultimately ensure everyone makes it home. We know the dangers aren't going away overnight, but we also know we're not powerless. Through innovation, collaboration, and commitment, we can give the officers the tools they need to do their jobs more safely and more effectively than ever before. I'm looking forward to hearing from all the speakers today and learning more about the ideas, experiences, and innovations that will help reduce officer deaths. Thank you to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund for championing this cause, and thank you to each of you for being a part of this important conversation. Let's keep our minds open, keep pushing boundaries when it's possible, keep striving together so we can stop adding to the names on that wall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you to Wheelan. I should have said it when I first started talking about Wheelan. They didn't even ask. Sorry. They didn't even ask to come speak at this thing. They wanted to generously sponsor this traffic safety forum, and we said to them, "Hey, would you like to come and say a few words?" Not just because you're contributing to us, the Memorial Fund, or helping to fund this actual forum, but because your products, the products themselves, are helping to save lives, and we would love to give you the opportunity to showcase a few of those products here today. So again, I hope you will consider Wheelan in your purchasing decisions in the future if you're in any way connected to your fleet. They're all made right here in America. It's just an amazing company, and they give so generously to public safety to help fund these kinds of initiatives, and the products they're making really are helping to save lives. So thank you again to Wheelan. Thank you, Chris, very much. We really appreciate you. Unfortunately, to tie it all together, last week or 2 weeks ago, poor Jesse, he was about 5 laps in, and the rear axle broke on his car, and so the car was only on the racetrack for a few things. So I should have told you before. Unfortunately, he did not win, but next year, we're pulling for next year. So think about us next year. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has been and really continues to be one of law enforcement's strongest and longest partners. We here at the Memorial Fund have enjoyed working with NHTSA for a number of years under a grant initiative. And, NHTSA primarily is focused with the plus or minus 40,000 deaths on our nation's roadways every single year. They don't necessarily have to focus in on law enforcement specific deaths, even though for many years it recurrently comes around. Traffic-related deaths in the law enforcement field oftentimes lead the number one cause of deaths in our profession. Men and women out on the roadways, many times out of their cars, directing traffic, on traffic stops, in their cars, responding priority, just like you just saw. And the reality is, even though we don't necessarily want to blame the victim, I think we all recognize that some of those deaths were likely preventable. And behind the scenes, NHTSA has been focused on those deaths and trying to find ways to make it safer for the officers out on the roadway. So NHTSA really has been our continuing and one of our longest behind the scenes partners. And there's no way we can do some sort of A-B comparison where we can roll back the hands of time and pretend like NHTSA had never invested a single dollar in law enforcement related initiatives or helping to support us in coming up with programs and best practices to do that A-B test. But standing here today, I can say very confidently, I am convinced, and I hope each of you are equally convinced, that NHTSA and their efforts to help make our profession safer have saved lives. There is just no question in my mind that there are fewer names on the wall today than there might have been without the support of NHTSA. So it really is my pleasure. It's my honor to introduce and ask to come up Mr. Peter Semshauser, Chief Legal Counsel for NHTSA. He's our keynote speaker to come up and say a few words.
Hey, everybody. It's great to be here. Really appreciate the warm welcome. Wanted to take a few minutes expressing our appreciation and our hope to partner with all of you and the teams that you represent, and also to share some of this administration and this NHTSA's approaches to trying to bring down that stubborn 40,000 number that Bill alluded to. We want to start by thanking everyone and say that we really don't thank you all enough, and you don't hear it enough, and we hope to be part of changing that, particularly as we move forward as an agency. You and your teams and the entire law enforcement community deserve our steadfast appreciation for your willingness to put your lives on the line every day in service of your communities. And on behalf of President Trump and Secretary Duffy and all of us at NHTSA, thank you for your service and for everything that you do. We honor the law enforcement officers who are no longer with us. I was honored and humbled to take part in the reading of names at this past May's Candlelight Vigil. It was really one of the most moving things I've done in my 6 months at the agency, and I appreciated the opportunity to be there and to participate. The memorial and the museum here are really awe-inspiring. It's my first chance to visit, and I hope everybody has a chance to look both at the wall and at the museum. The exhibits are impressive. They take you back to yesteryear, and a lot of you can compare the law enforcement of yesterday and today. I was listening recently to a biography of J. Edgar Hoover, and when he got his start in the 1930s, chasing the Capones and Dillingers of that era, and a lot of the exhibits here harken back to those days as well. We're encouraged that the line of duty deaths this year are going down. Knock wood, that's a trend that continues. There's a significant reduction in the line of duty traffic fatalities so far this year, and we hope that continues as well. There also has been a reduction over the first quarter of the year in the number of roadway fatalities overall. So we're trending roughly 6% lower than we were a year ago, and we're optimistic about that. But we also are committed to reducing the unacceptably high number of roadway fatalities. I was chatting with Sheriff Johnson, Sheriff John, and I'm blanking on your last name. I apologize, sir. It starts with W. Yeah. And, it's really sobering when you think that over 100 people die on our roads every single day. And we want to partner with law enforcement to bring those numbers down. Some of the initiatives that we're working on, I want to talk about momentarily, but overall, we want to enhance our partnership with law enforcement, our support for law enforcement, because really all of you and your teams and the people you represent are the number one asset that our country has in reducing the traffic fatality numbers. There was some backing away in the prior administration, and we want to reverse that trend. I hope some of you were able to attend the coffee get-together that Secretary Duffy had out in front of the Department of Transportation a few weeks ago. I know he wants to do more of those, and if you weren't there, maybe you'll get the word and be able to come the next time he hosts that. He's a little busy these days with NASA added to his portfolio a week or two ago, but he is committed, as we all are, to reducing the number of traffic fatalities. Strong laws and strong enforcement save lives, and we want to partner with you all in achieving that. In addition to increased traffic enforcement, which is a significant part of the overall approach to bringing down roadway fatalities, we're examining targeted approaches to automated enforcement. We favor approaches that are carefully designed to target driving behaviors that are widely accepted as unsafe. Speeding in school zones, hospital zones, other protected zones. And we are exploring whether the current use of NHTSA's grants for automated enforcement can be expanded during reauthorization to include pedestrian safety zones and high crash corridors. Our support for traffic safety enforcement extends to our high visibility enforcement campaigns, which many or hopefully all of you have participated in. Research proves that high visibility enforcement works, and we'll continue to integrate it into our campaigns throughout the year, including for impairment, seatbelts, speeding, and distracted driving. Our current HVE campaign, Speeding Slows You Down, is running through the end of this month in participating states. And our next event, which is focused on impaired driving, called Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over, starts on August 13th. And we hope you'll join us in supporting that and our other campaigns. When we look at risky driving behaviors, we know we need law enforcement and proven countermeasures to take risky drivers off our roads. And we want to develop and understand what data is telling us to support those efforts. We've got a couple of surveys that we're going to be rolling out in the coming months. The first is the National Traffic Safety Survey, asking drivers to self-report about risky behaviors like distracted driving and speeding. The second will be the National Roadside Survey, which estimates the extent of alcohol and drug use by drivers. And for the first time, that's going to look at pedestrians and cyclists also. This expanded survey will greatly improve our understanding of the scope of impairment and ensure that resources and solutions are in place for you. We're also committed to supporting training and technology to help officers identify impaired drivers. We're examining additional tests to support current standardized field sobriety tests, and we're working to identify potential cannabis detection cues to help determine drug impairment. The department, including the secretary, is also very interested in oral fluid devices and the continued development of that technology. NHTSA funding is available to help purchase the devices, and please connect with your state highway safety office to see if funds are available in your area. Impairment is one of the issues that requires a multi-jurisdictional approach and response. Prosecutors and judges play a vital role in what happens to impaired drivers that you stop. And we have to work together to keep people off the road for longer if they have demonstrated the willingness and made the choice to drive impaired. We know that by the time an impaired driver has been pulled over, they've already likely driven many times impaired. And we support efforts to educate prosecutors and judges of the importance of bringing cases and recording DUI convictions against those people and installing interlock devices for longer periods of time to have real consequences to impaired driving. We're also working with traffic resource prosecutors and liaisons, including judicial outreach, probation and parole, and toxicologists to develop new strategies. And we're going to be hosting and convening a group of those specialists in coming months to talk about new strategies and develop additional resources. In addition to our work with law enforcement and the judicial system, I want to take a minute and just talk briefly about an additional area that I'm personally very excited about, pre-hospital blood transfusions. There is significant evidence that we can reduce fatalities by getting pre-hospital blood into trauma victims. Up to approximately 40% of trauma victims who are bleeding can be saved through this technology. We're partnering with the Department of Defense to roll out a $30 million initiative establishing pre-hospital blood transfusion programs in 25 locales across the country. Here locally, the state of Maryland, the state of Delaware, and Fairfax County, Virginia, have programs in place, and these programs are already starting to make a difference. We know that there are challenges to getting this technology out, and we want to partner and be part of the widespread adoption of this technology. And anybody who wants to partner with us, we are working on ways to allow our grant funds to be used for that technology. And we welcome input on how best to do that. After I speak, you're going to hear from a very special person, and there's going to be an award. I think it's a Lifetime Achievement Award is what I was told, John. But you've done enough work and contributed to so many lives saved that you really deserve multiple awards because you've done enough for multiple lifetimes. And I look forward to seeing you get the award. It's very well deserved. John retired from NHTSA earlier this year. I had the chance to work with him for just a couple of months, but I could tell how respected and really beloved he was by the entire NHTSA team. And it's fair to say that we all miss you. And the last thing I just want to end is, as I began, by thanking all of you for what you do. We want to partner with you, and please let us know how we can do that. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, and good morning, virtual and in-person audience. So my name is Troy Anderson, Executive Director of Officer Safety and Wellness here at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund. I take great pleasure in bringing forums like this together because we know that the work that we're doing is really changing lives. And we're going to talk about some of the statistical data behind that, but I think it's more important to remember that these aren't just statistics. We're talking about human lives, right? Fathers, daughters, mothers. I mean, this is bigger than I think that some of us can comprehend. And for those of you who were able to come here in person and get a tour of the memorial before we started today, that was intentional. I think that really sets a tone. That's a reminder as to why we're all here in order to drive those numbers down. So the Officer Safety and Wellness team, we look at the data. Our job is to take that data, and of course, we pass that data on to NHTSA, but to work collectively in order to create solutions-based approaches. And that's really what this is today. We're going to cover a number of things, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it. So as we were looking at the data from 2025, the preliminary mid-year law enforcement fatality data, we saw some staggering numbers, and we saw those numbers trending, of course, in the right direction for us, especially when it came to line of duty deaths related to law enforcement traffic fatalities. So 48% lower than it was at the same time last year. No single vehicle crashes resulted in a law enforcement fatality. I cannot remember a time where we have made it halfway through the year and that has happened. We are on pace to have the lowest line of duty numbers since 1943. So then why are we bringing all these greatest minds together at this point when the numbers appear to be working in our favor? And the reason is this. We know that complacency kills. It's not the time to take our foot off the collective accelerator. It's the time for us to double down and realizing that our work is actually working. It is effective, so we need to keep it up. And there's so much that I think we're all going to take away from here today. We understand there is an ebb and flow with these statistics, and we also understand that the solutions matter. We also know that making a cultural change in a change-adverse culture is very difficult. I think we'd all agree in law enforcement. What do they say? There's two things that law enforcement, you already know where I'm going to go with that? Yeah, so I won't say it again. Everybody says that. It wasn't mine. If it was mine, I would have taken credit for it, but it wasn't. So today we are, as you said, Peter, we are going to honor a great partner, We're also going to hear from Below 100, which we have a very close relationship with. And we're going to hear from the National Law Enforcement Roadside Safety Program, NLERS, to explore additional solutions. And I don't know what I just did, but, well, there's a screen you can look at for a minute. I have nothing to do with that, but I'll take all the credit.
Stop touching my toys.
Well, you know. In keeping with our tradition, it was sort of ironic that just popped up. In keeping with our traditions here at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, we are going to start out our day with a case study from the state of Nevada where 2 state troopers were killed in the line of duty, and the lead investigator from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, a homicide investigator, is going to be here and sort of walk you through all of his efforts and the efforts collectively of his organization to bring justice to the 2 slain troopers. We're going to discuss some emerging technologies in order to reduce crashes and enhance enforcement efforts, which will reduce roadside incursions by distracted drivers. We're going to learn about a new training and testing facility that is sure to become a national leader in preparation and developing new safety strategies. And some key issues today that we will be discussing are seatbelts. I don't think we can ever discuss seatbelts enough. The statistics are staggering about how many law enforcement officers die every year not wearing seatbelts. We're going to talk about right side approaches. As somebody who spent 27 years as a state trooper, I know all about those approaches. And back when I first started, it's kind of going to date myself, but back when I first started, the truckers on the roads used to play a game called dusting. So the dusting was they wanted to get their tractor trailer as close as they could to see if they could blow your hat off and let it roll down the road. And unfortunately, we lost a state police lieutenant doing just that. He was in a traffic stop, left side approach, and he got dusted. Unfortunately, he got hit by the box of the truck. So very tragic, very tragic. We're going to talk about tire deflation devices, their uses, and some organizations that may be steering away from them. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that. Slowing to clear intersections, annual training on policy, EVOC, emergency vehicle operation course, and review boards. So this is a forum. I would encourage all of you to actively participate, both in person and online. Time permitting, we will try to get to everybody's questions, but if you have questions, thoughts, concerns, anything that you want to share for the good of the order, I would encourage you to do that. So before we continue with today's presentation, it is both my honor and a pleasure to present today's award. John Marshall served as the Director of Office of Safety and Programs with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration from 2013 to 2025. In that capacity, he was responsible for just a few things. You're not going to believe this. In the areas of law enforcement, officer safety, impaired driving enforcement, traffic enforcement, driver education and licensing, pupil transportation safety, pedestrian safety, older driver safety, bicycle and motorcycle safety. John Marshall began his career of public service in 1980 as a Virginia State Trooper. During this time with the Virginia State Police, he also served as a special agent in narcotics investigations, a member of the training academy staff, a tactical team member, a sergeant in field operations, and spent his final 5 years on the motorcycle squad. In 1994, President Clinton appointed John Marshall to be the U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Virginia. In 1999, he was appointed once again by President Clinton, this time to serve as the director of the U.S. Marshal Service, a position he held until January of 2001. Seems like a long time ago, John. In 2002, he was appointed Secretary of Public Safety for the Commonwealth of Virginia by Governor Mark Warner. In 2006, he was reappointed to that position by Governor Tim Kaine and remained in office until January 2010. John Marshall earned his undergraduate degree from Georgetown University with a major in government. He also holds a post-baccalaureate certificate in administration of justice from the Virginia Commonwealth University. John Marshall is more than just a pioneer in traffic safety. He is a mentor to many. He's a leader. He's a true guardian, and he's a friend. And in his heart, I believe that he will be forever patrolling the streets of Virginia as Trooper John Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me tremendous pleasure to present the inaugural John Marshall Award for Excellence in Traffic Safety Leadership. This honor will be awarded today and each year going forward at the National Law Enforcement Awards Ceremony and will forever bear John Marshall's name. Please welcome up John Marshall. Thank you, sir. Want me to bring this to your chair?
We've got one more.
Oh, there's one more. Let me get out of the way.
This one come with a check?
Most of them do.
All right, so this part's a little bit of a surprise. I'm Dale Stockton from Below 100, and the people putting this event together knew how special Mr. Marshall is to Below 100, gave me permission to present our own award. Mr. Marshall has become so important to Below 100. I don't think we would have the visibility of the presence today had he not come on board. It's been almost 10 years. Is that right? He followed me out of an IACP presentation and said, "Can I talk to you?" And it's been a really, really good journey. And he's become a dear friend. So with this, sir, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you. Thank you, Troy, and thank you to Bill Alexander, Nick Brule, and your great team here at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund for this incredible honor. And good morning. I've been associated with the memorial here for 30 years. It goes back to my days as United States Marshal in 1995. I contacted then CEO Craig Floyd and asked him if he would send somebody over to the Eastern District of Virginia office to say a few words about the fund in connection with the combined federal campaign time of the year. Not only did he do that, but it was Craig Floyd himself who showed up. He's been a highly valued friend and colleague, and we stay in touch. But that was the beginning of my connection with the fund. And there really is no more important mission than what they do. Number one, to make sure we remember and forever honor our fallen brothers and sisters. And number two, as was mentioned, to do all we can to keep names off that wall. I'm honored and humbled by this recognition. And to have it presented by Troy, a brother trooper, that makes it extra special and meaningful. So again, thank you for this recognition, quite possibly the highest honor of my professional career. And thank you also to NHTSA Chief Counsel Simshauser for your kind words. And it's great to see several of my NHTSA colleagues here, friends and colleagues, including I see my first boss at NHTSA here, Jeff Michael. Thank you for putting up with me. But to all of you who are here and watching that I work with, I've said to you all many times, not only do I appreciate all that you do, I appreciate you. I miss you guys. As is the case with awards like this, there are countless others that deserve credit whose name is not on the award. And that is certainly the case today, and I have so many to thank. So please bear with me, and hopefully I won't start hearing some music in the background. First, most importantly, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to and acknowledge the best family that anybody could hope to be blessed with. And that starts with I still call her my bride, of 45 years, Jean, who's here. We recently celebrated our 45th anniversary, and how she's put up with me that long remains a mystery. I told her I'd have left me a long time ago. But her unwavering support, love, and encouragement are why I'm standing here today. It's often said that other than being a law enforcement officer, the most difficult job is being the spouse of a law enforcement officer, and I truly believe that. She has been an incredible spouse and dealt with all of my law enforcement challenges, the good days and the bad days. She even sat on a panel at the State Police Academy for incoming troopers. There was a panel of spouses to talk to them about what they were getting ready to deal with and how to deal with it. But most importantly, as the saying goes, she's helped to keep it real for me. The evening when I returned home after being sworn in as director of the U.S. Marshal Service, I'll never forget, she said, "Welcome home, Director." I said, "Wow, recognition from the boss." And then she said, "Hope you enjoyed that, because that's the last time you'll hear me say it." I'm also joined this morning by my daughter, Melanie Tibbs, and unfortunately her husband, Stevie, couldn't make it, but I know he's here in spirit. And I also have my other daughter, Cecilia, and she's holding my grandson, Ayor, who prefers to be called Little Man. I have two other grandchildren, Brianna and Cameron, and I'm so proud and still excited to tell everybody that Brianna and her husband, Nick, welcomed their first child last month, Madeline. So Melanie is now a grandmother, and this old guy and my wife, Jean, we are now great-grandparents. Also, a special thanks to Sheriff John Wetzel, who's been in law enforcement in one way or another for over 50 years. And he remains in the game. What an incredible advocate. Sheriff Wetzel flew in here today. He gave me a call. He said just because he wanted to be here for this award presentation. So to Sheriff Wetzel, thank you. He's a force to be continued to be reckoned with. And I'll never forget when I met Sheriff Wetzel, was back in 2014 at the Sheriff's Association annual winter meeting here in DC. And it was the day before the Traffic Safety Committee that he chaired for many years. And I was there to introduce myself, but to also apologize that I would not be able to make it to the committee meeting the following day. And I'll never forget his look. He just looked at me and he said, "Why not?" And I gave him my reason. He said, "Okay, I'll give you a pass for this time, but we need you here. We need NHTSA at the table." I rarely missed one of those meetings because you don't want that talk from Sheriff Wetzel. But what a great advocate he is. And my thanks also to his spouse, Mitzi. But as we all know, law enforcement is not just about making arrests and writing citations. It's about helping people. Something as easy as changing a tire on the side of the road or giving a lost driver directions. That's all part of the job. And it's an important part of the job. I would much rather have had a day when I was able to help somebody on the side of the road than to have a day when I wrote a whole bunch of tickets. Because traffic safety is all about keeping everybody on the road safe. And that means helping motorists on the side of the road, doing whatever we can to get people moving and to keep them safe. And oftentimes, but not enough, I think I just changed the slide, you'd get that thank you. And you know, that just made it all worthwhile. That would literally make your day as a law enforcement officer, to have somebody look at you and just say thank you. I got married 45 years ago, as I mentioned, in June, and then July 1st, 45 years ago, I joined the Virginia State Police, 24 days after we were married. So much of who I am, the kind of trooper that I was, or I'm going to say the kind of trooper that I am, because once a trooper, always a trooper. I've had a lot of titles, been blessed with a lot of titles during my career. I kind of had have a lot of affection for when I was Marshal, and I was Marshal. M squared, what a great title. But I can honestly say that the best title I've ever had is Trooper, because I knew that was a position where I was really making a difference. Reflecting on this recognition in my journey thus far, because while I'm now retired, it's not the end of my journey. It's simply a new chapter in that same book. But as I look back and reflect on today, and the person I am, the trooper I am, I can think about 3 incidents during my trooper days that continue to impact me today, and I keep changing the slides. As people know, I'm not real good on tech. First was January 1st of 1981. I was a new trooper on the road, just a couple weeks out of the academy. We didn't have FTOs back then. They gave you a map book, yes, a map, and told us to hit the road. It was day shift, but I noticed the vehicle weaving and driving pretty erratically, so I made the stop. Ended up being a man who was still quite inebriated from the night before. So I placed him under arrest for DUI. And one thing I'll never forget, and for those of you that know about my family history, you'll understand this better, but I'll never forget putting the handcuffs on the man that I had arrested. I can see it now like it's in slow motion. I can hear the clicking. And I realized what I was doing. I was taking away this man's freedom, something that this country is based on and that we so value. And I wondered, was I doing the right thing? I was depriving this man of his freedom. I was hoping that I had done everything right. So I put him in the car, took him to the magistrate, and after the magistrate issued the warrant, then I took him to the jail. And I'll never forget when the deputies at the jail took those handcuffs off, this man that I had just arrested extended his hand to me. He wanted to shake my hand. And he said, "I just want to thank you because quite possibly you just saved my life. And because of that, I'm going home to my family." It was then that I knew I was in the right place. I knew that I was in the right profession. I knew that I could make a difference. Second, those Mustangs were mentioned earlier, and we actually had a few of the Mustang GTs back in the 80s, 5-speed. couldn't believe we were paid to drive these cars. But we would drive them on our day off, NHTSA funded. And we were doing strictly traffic. We wouldn't take calls or anything. It was strictly traffic in those cars. But there was a bad crash that I heard, and I needed to respond to this crash. And I will never forget going down Interstate 95, and these Mustangs were and still are incredibly fast. And I remember looking down at the speedometer. As I'm responding to a crash, I'm going 130 miles an hour. And it was at that point that I literally saw my two little girls go by me. And I said, what in the world am I doing going 130 miles an hour? And I slowed it down. And I'm glad I did. Because that taught me a lot about what we need to do our job, and we can't do it if we don't do it safely. Third, on January 3rd, 1986, one of my roommates from basic school, Ricky McCoy, and one quick story about Ricky, there were four of us in the room, and Ricky was on the bottom bunk, and I was on the top bunk for 19 weeks, and apparently I have a snoring problem. And I'd wake up every morning. Ricky, when we'd go to sleep at night, would line up his shoes by his bunk. And I'd wake up in the morning with these shoes all around me on my bunk that Ricky had thrown at me throughout the night to get me to stop snoring. Ricky was stationed in Salem. I had just seen him a couple of weeks before. He told me he had met a school teacher, and he was going to settle down. They were going to get married. Ricky had received a lot of calls on his CB radio. We were using CBs in that day about a driver driving on Interstate 81. This was on midnight shift with his high beams on, and they were very bright. And then he also got calls to dispatch, and they gave him the call. Ricky saw the vehicle and turned on it and stopped it. What Ricky didn't know was the two people in that vehicle had just shot a man in Woodstock, Virginia, a few hours prior, but that information had not yet made it to law enforcement. Ricky engaged with conversation with the driver, and the passenger was able to sneak out of the car, come up behind Ricky, and shoot him. The first shot knocked Ricky to the ground. And then the man stood over him and basically executed him. Ricky never even got to his gun. When I came home from Ricky's funeral on the drive home, I had told the other trooper with, I said, I can't do this. I can't do this. And I had pretty much decided I was going to hang it up for state police. But I told you how my bride's been with me throughout. She said, fine, if that's what you want to do. But I don't think that's really what you want to do. And I don't think that's what Ricky wants you to do. So I stayed with it. So all those three incidents combined make me what I am today. I got to NHTSA in 2013 and made it a priority to do all that I could to improve officer safety. NHTSA depends on numerous partnerships, but none more important than law enforcement. Law enforcement was, is, and always will be, sorry for that, a dangerous profession. But that doesn't mean that we can't do things to make it safer. Traffic enforcement is law enforcement. Traffic safety is officer safety. That's why the partnership with NHTSA makes so much sense. What can we do to eliminate preventable line of duty deaths and serious injuries? If you leave here with one message, let it actually be a word and a number below 100. Well, that's a more appropriate slide, I guess. I am convinced, and it's been alluded to earlier, we don't have any NHTSA studies on this, but I am convinced that below 100 has enabled hundreds, if not thousands of officers to go home safely at the end of their shift. You'll hear more about below 100 after lunch, but the tenets are very simple. Wear your belt, wear your vest, watch your speed, the acronym WIN, what's important now, and it's been mentioned before, remember, complacency kills. And out of this partnership with Below 100, I've also gained what I now refer to, and I want to thank this group. Their names should be on this award with me. My Below 100 brothers, Gordon Graham, the architect of Below 100, the founder, Dale Stockton, who you'll hear from, Scott Haug, Rob Beidler, the chair of the Below 100 board, and Chief Dan Harris. I can't thank this group of brothers enough. And I also want to say a few thanks to mentors and people that are still engaged in this battle of traffic safety and traffic enforcement. First, Colonel Steve Flaherty, retired superintendent of the Virginia State Police. Colonel Flaherty and I were troopers together in adjoining counties, and we would often meet at the crossover between the counties and talk about everything, including our careers, our futures, and who would know that 20-some years later, he would end up as a superintendent of the Virginia State Police, and I would end up as Secretary of Public Safety for Virginia. We put on many miles together in those 7 years that we worked in Virginia for the governor. So thank you to Colonel Flaherty and his wife, Karen. Thank you to Chief John Batiste of the Washington State Patrol, Colonel Matt Langer, retired Chief of the Minnesota State Patrol and currently with IACP, Colonel Matthew Packard, Chief of the Colorado State Patrol. If you're seeing a rhythm here, Colonel Michael Rapich, Superintendent of the Utah Highway Patrol, and Colonel Jeff Glover, who's a director of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. They, along with Sheriff Wetzel, continue to inspire me. But what I like to do is to dedicate this award to my 12 brothers and sisters whose names are on that wall across the street. Trooper Johnny Bowman, Trooper Jose Cavazos, Trooper Jessica Cheney, Trooper Alexander Cochran, Trooper Mark Koslick, Trooper Robert Hill, Sr., Deputy U.S. Marshal Peter Hillman, Trooper Jerry Hines, Trooper Ricky McCoy, Officer Mike Pennington, Trooper Jackie Vernon, and Trooper Junius J.A. Walker. My close friends, my close brothers and sisters, 12 heroes. I want to dedicate this award to them. I recite those names to myself every morning to remind me that only by the grace of God am I still here, and to inspire and to motivate me to do what I can to help officers go home at the end of their shift and to make our roads safer for everybody. We must continue to do all that we can to stop people from driving impaired, to stop people from speeding, to stop people from driving distracted, to get people to slow down and move over, and most importantly, to get people to buckle up. And that applies to law enforcement officers too. This is a fight that I will continue to be a part of. We have a lot of tough days in law enforcement. We see a lot of things that people shouldn't see. You feel helpless when you see preventable tragedies occurring every day. But we've got to stay focused. So I close with the lyrics to a song that I often, I won't say sing to myself because I'm a terrible singer, but I often remember the chorus to this song on those tough days. And I remember in particular those days coming home as a state trooper and some of the things I saw, the fatalities that I saw, the injuries that I saw, the death notifications that I delivered. But there often be those days when you just look in the mirror when you get home and say, does anybody really know what I've done today? And then you say, does anybody even care about what I've done today? Well, I'm here to tell you that, yes, people know what you do every day in law enforcement, and you are appreciated. And I also know that you can't hear those simple words enough, as was mentioned by the Chief Counsel. Two very simple words, but words that in law enforcement mean the world to us. Those words are thank you. So to all of our law enforcement officers, I say thank you for all that you do. But on those tough days, remember these words from the theme song to the movie Men of Honor, the story about Carl Brashear, our nation's first African-American U.S. Navy deep sea diver. I worked with Chief Brashear's son. He was in the Virginia National Guard when I was Secretary of Public Safety and was actually in the waiting room at the hospital waiting to meet Chief Brashear. And I was talking with his son, Philip, and then all of a sudden they came rushing in and took Philip down the hall. And then I was told that Chief Brashear just died. But I think of these words often, and I ask you to keep them in mind too, as we stay in this battle. We may not win, but we can get a lot of victories. It goes like this. Never give up. Never give in. Never let a ray of doubt slip in. And if I fall, I'll never fail. I'll just get up and try again. Never lose hope. Never lose faith. There's much, too much at stake. So thank you. God bless all of our law enforcement officers and their families, present, past, and future. And God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, John. It's an honor to have you here, and thank you for those remarks. So let me introduce Detective James Milligan from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. This is my idea to have a case study. When I was here in D.C., I was the lieutenant in charge of our major crash unit, And once I started working for the Memorial Fund, I really felt it was important that we do a case study so everyone here, even if you're experienced investigators and folks out there on the virtual are experienced investigators, I think it's always educational and insightful to see and follow another investigation. So this is a pretty intense investigation. I discovered this case because it was part of what I do for NHTSA. And when I heard about it, I began to reach out and I said, I'd love to hear someone tell this story. So without further introduction, because we're pressed for time, I'm going to bring up Detective Milligan.
Morning, everybody. Glad to be back in DC. I did about 6 years with my honor guard back in Las Vegas, coming out for Police Week. Always had a blast with that. I really enjoyed coming out. But I'll tell you what, it's an absolute honor for me to be here today as a detective speaking at the Law Enforcement Museum across from the memorial and being able to tell this story and present this case study. So thank you to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund for inviting me. Special thanks to the Nevada State Police for making the connection and allowing me to come out here and give this presentation. And thank you to John Marshall for showing you guys my PowerPoint today. So my name is James Milligan. I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I've been with Las Vegas Metro for almost 19 years. I've been a detective for the past 8, and I've been assigned to homicide for the past 3.5. Prior to homicide, I worked child sexual abuse cases. And then after that, I did child abuse and neglect, and also child death cases. I don't have a background in traffic fatalities or traffic investigations, so go easy on me with those questions. But kind of as we go through, you'll see why I'm here and how I ended up here. So I worked a lot of tragic cases in my time as a detective. But this one definitely hit home for me, right? And it's, we're cops. So we've been there. We've been there on the side of the road at 3 a.m. You're worried about the threat that might be inside that car that you're dealing with, and that other car whizzes by and makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, right? We've been there. But we sign up to do the job. We sign up to do the right thing, and we train to do our job safely. But unfortunately, tragedy still strikes. And when tragedy does strike, it's now our job as investigators to step up, to go to work, and to build the best possible case for our troopers and for their families, and to get them the justice that they deserve. So today I'm here to present to you a Nevada State Police fatal DUI hit and run. This case happened on I-15 in D Street in Las Vegas on November 30th, 2023 at 03:29 hours. So who are our troopers? Sergeant Michael Abate and Trooper Alberto Felix. Sergeant Abate was 37 years old at the time of the incident. He had been with the Nevada State Police for about 10 years, recently promoted to the rank of sergeant, and he was an avid race car driver, and he took his skills and passion of being behind the wheel and was actually an EVOC instructor, teaching younger troopers how to operate emergency vehicles safely and effectively. He's survived by his wife, a young son, parents, sister, and a host of other family members. Now, Trooper Alberto Felix, he was 54 years old at the time of the incident, and he had been with the state police for about 4.5 years. Prior to that, he was in the United States Air Force, where he served over 2 decades, and he joined the Nevada State Police Academy at 50 years old. So he was more than 20 years older than a lot of his classmates that he was with. So a lot of credit. I did 1 academy. I'm good, right? Trooper Felix, he loved catching DUI drivers. And even though he had enough seniority to get off a graveyard, he thought that suited him best. So he ended up staying there. He's survived by his wife and 3 children, as well as a host of other family members. Now, the suspect in this case was identified as Jamarcus Williams. Jamarcus was 46 years old at the time of the incident. Pretty minimal criminal record. He had a prior DUI from 2007, And in Nevada, that wouldn't count against him. Your prior DUI convictions have to be within 7 years for them to count as a second offense moving forward. He worked at the bell desk at the Tuscany Suites and Casino, which is a casino off the Las Vegas Strip, where he had been for about 10 years. His vehicle is a 2007 Chevrolet HHR. This vehicle was registered to his mother, but it was later learned that he was the primary driver of the vehicle. One sort of chilling fact about Williams and this vehicle is almost 6 months to the day prior to this incident, Sergeant Abate, who was Trooper Abate, pulled over Mr. Williams in this car at Sahara Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard, just off the Strip, and issued him a citation for unregistered vehicle. Now, we reviewed the body camera footage for that stop, and it was completely normal. They were both cordial with one another. There were no real issues there. But it is chilling just to realize that, Trooper Abate was standing next to that driver's door of the weapon that would end his life 6 months later. So allow me to set the scene for you guys. For those that aren't familiar with Las Vegas, this is pretty much right in the middle of town, near our downtown area. And this is where the I-15 and the I-11 intersect in an area that we call the Spaghetti Bowl. I-15 and D Street off-ramp is where our scene is. And the D Street off-ramp is the first exit north of the Spaghetti Bowl on the I-15. Taking a closer look at our scene, there's kind of a lot going on here. So what we have is the I-15 that runs northbound. It's an elevated freeway. And then the D Street off-ramp runs parallel next to it, slopes down to the surface streets below. Parallel to that is a flyover or a connector that connects the I-11 to the I-15 north. And then beneath that is the D Street connector. So basically, if you're traveling north on I-15 and you get off at D Street, you can make a left. That would take you northbound on D Street. Or you can make a right, and that would take you along that hairpin curve that goes underneath the flyover. So what happened? So on November 30th, 2023, at about 3:22 in the morning, Trooper Felix was working routine patrol on the I-15 near the downtown area. Trooper Felix came across a black Jeep Wrangler parked on the off-ramp with the driver asleep behind the wheel. He pulled up his cruiser behind the car. He got out, went to check on the driver. Driver was asleep. And prior to making any contact with the driver or waking him up, he requested an additional unit respond. In particular, Trooper Felix requested that unit respond from the bottom of the ramp and come against traffic to block the Jeep in from the front. Now, Trooper Moran, he gets on the radio and says that he'll be en route to back. Sergeant Abate was closer. So he gets on the radio, says that he's going to back. Now, as Trooper Felix is there behind the vehicle, Sergeant Abate arrives, positions his car in front of the Jeep, and the two of them go to the driver's side of the Jeep to make contact with the driver. Now, the passenger side of the Jeep was actually in contact with the block wall, making a passenger side approach pretty much impossible. So as they're standing at the driver's door of the Jeep, ready to make contact, Mr. Williams, or Jamarcus, after a night of drinking, exited the D Street off-ramp, struck both troopers, and kept going. Trooper Felix was struck first. He hit the driver's side mirror of the Jeep, landed on the hood and windshield of Sergeant Abate's car, and was launched off the off-ramp and fell between the gap of the off-ramp and the flyover, landing on the D Street connector below. Right here. Sergeant Abate, his body was thrown about 143 feet down the off-ramp. Now, Trooper Moran shows up because, of course, if Sarge is backing your partner, you keep going. So you can let Sarge do Sarge things. So Trooper Moran shows up, and what he finds are two empty cruisers and a guy asleep behind the wheel in his Jeep. When he's dealing with the guy in the Jeep, he is alerted with the help of two witnesses that his partners were down. One on the ramp and one down below on the D Street connector. So at that point, Trooper Moran makes all the appropriate radio traffic. Units from my agency, more state police units, fire department, the whole cavalry, everyone is showing up at that point. And of course, when everybody gets there, let me back up. This is a view of where Trooper Felix, his final rest was approximately 80 feet from the point of impact, and 22.8 feet was the distance of the height of the wall. So of course, when everybody gets there, they want to find out what happened and who was responsible. So by pulling Sergeant Abate's dash cam, they were able to tell that the suspect vehicle was a white Chevy HHR, and it would have front end damage. At this point, this was an all hands on deck approach to locate this vehicle, and officers from my agency were sent to the command post set up near the scene and were instructed to do a literal grid search of the city to search every street, roadway, parking lot, alleyway for this vehicle. At 7:52 in the morning, a trainee and his FTO from a different part of the city where they normally work located this vehicle inside of an apartment complex. They immediately began working with apartment management to determine if the vehicle belonged there, and in fact it did. Management provided lease information and so forth as to where the vehicle belonged. And after some planning, at 9:20 hours in the morning, officers knocked and announced on Williams' apartment door. Williams and his mother came out and were taken into custody. Williams made a couple utterances when he came out. He stated, "I'm not the guy, you got the wrong house, and I'm drunk." And when his mother was escorted to the parking lot and saw her vehicle, she said, "Oh no, my son had an accident." Now, an interview was conducted with Williams, and post Miranda, he stated that he wrecked them, take me to jail, and he's ready to start his 20 years. However, he ended up changing his story. And he said he was out drinking at the Palms Hotel and Casino, and he was with four of his friends, keep that in mind, and he gave one of them his keys, and one of them, unknown which to him, drove home while he rode in the front passenger seat, and that he had no recollection of an accident happening. Now, you saw the picture of the car. If you're in the front passenger seat, you're going to know that there was an accident that happened based on that windshield alone. So obviously, we weren't buying his story. A search warrant was applied for his blood draw, which was obtained at 12:15 hours. The first blood draw was at 12:18, which resulted in a 0.194 blood alcohol content. And then 1 hour later, he drew a 0.172. Now, this is at 12:18. I'm later going to show you when his last sip of alcohol was. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. So you're talking 8 or 9 hours after his last sip, he was still that drunk. He also had a amount of marijuana in his system. The Delta 9 THC, which is the psychoactive component in marijuana, he had 4.4 nanograms per milliliter, and the legal limit in Nevada is 2. So Williams was charged with duty to stop at the scene of an accident involving death, 2 counts, reckless driving resulting in death, 2 counts, driving under the influence and or controlled substance or prohibited substance resulting in death, 2 counts. And he was booked on those charges, taken to jail wearing Sergeant Abate's and Trooper Felix's handcuffs. So we have a fatal DUI accident involving Nevada State Police. How does the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department get involved? In particular, how does the homicide section get involved? So first, let me talk about jurisdiction. So in Nevada State Police, they have a Northern Command and a Southern Command. There really isn't much in the middle of Nevada, except for like UFOs and mountains and stuff. But Las Vegas, which is in Clark County, falls under the Southern Command. Now, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, our job is we provide police services to the city of Las Vegas, as well as Clark County. So that includes the Las Vegas Strip, the downtown area, Fremont Street, Tourist Corridor, all the surrounding neighborhoods associated to Las Vegas, and then all the rural areas in Clark County. Nevada State Police, their primary function is traffic enforcement on our highways, as well as accident investigation and commercial vehicle enforcement. To put it into perspective, Clark County is bigger in square miles than the state of New Jersey. Las Vegas pretty much sits in the middle, and it's home to about 3 million people, and we see about 40 million tourists a year. So our agency we're ready to handle pretty much anything that is thrown at us. We have a lot of investigative resources. We also have a lot of partners with the community when it comes to our partnership with our major strip casinos and even off-strip properties and pretty much everything you can imagine. Now, the homicide section is made up of 27 detectives, 5 sergeants, a lieutenant, and a host of civilian support staff. We make up 4 active homicide squads that go out on cases in a rotation, and we have 1 cold case unit. We are an extremely successful unit in what we do. And in the past 5 years, we've held a solve rate of between 91 and 96%. So we're solving between 91 and 96% of our homicides that we get assigned per year. So we're extremely successful about what we do. So after this happened, on the 30th of November, 2023, there was an executive staff decision that Metro Homicide will take investigative responsibility of the incident and work in conjunction with our fatal traffic investigators. And there was also a host of other sections that were involved. We had approximately 250 patrol personnel working this case. This included uniformed patrol officers, patrol detectives, that are detectives that work out of their specific areas, as well as supervisors. Also, those that assisted were Canine, Air Support, Emergency Management, Digital Investigations Bureau, Force Investigation Team, Major Violator Section, Criminal Intel, Technical and Surveillance Squad, Crime Scene Analyst, the LVMPD Forensics Lab, Las Vegas City Marshals, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, staff at University Medical Center, which is Nevada's only level 1 trauma center, Clark County Office of the Coroner and Medical Examiner, and the Clark County District Attorney's Office Vehicular Crimes Unit. Now, as far as the investigation goes, I was assigned as the lead detective. Now, when we work homicides, the lead detective's primary responsibility is to investigate the crime scene. So that was my job on that day of this incident. It was also my job to delegate other responsibilities to other detectives. And I know, knowing my team, I can delegate a responsibility. They can handle it. I don't have to even think about it. And then typically we'll debrief at the end of the night, usually over a meal or something, which is kind of nice. But so in this case, I had the crime scene. We sent 3 detectives to Williams' apartment because they had to deal with search warrant at the apartment, search warrant on the vehicle, search warrant on him for a blood draw and his clothing and things like that, and ultimately the booking. We had 3 witnesses that needed to be interviewed that day. So 1 detective was assigned to follow up on that. There were 2 witnesses on scene. They had gone home when we got the assignment. And then there was the driver of the Jeep who had been booked into Las Vegas City Jail for DUI, needed to be interviewed. We had autopsies of the troopers were occurring. In our jurisdiction, detectives and crime scene analysts attend autopsies for homicide victims, and we make no exception for the troopers to be there to collect any evidence and document the injuries, along with our medical examiner. There's also a video collection. This is a huge part in this investigation. It was the video collection. So we had 1 detective that was responsible for compiling all the video that was being collected by other investigative units within the agency. And what we end up establishing, which we'll get into first, is a video timeline of about 26 hours or so of Williams' life prior to the incident and after. And what we found was actually pretty compelling. And the way that we established this video timeline was a few different methods. So number 1 is literal detectives, boots on the ground, going door to door, business to business, tracking a vehicle or a person in the video surveillance. Witness statements help us get certain areas. Automatic license plate readers. We can run the license plate of Williams' car and it'll show us where he's at in the city during that time. And then we also did a search warrant to T-Mobile for Williams' call detail records with location data. And that showed us what cell sites his cell phone was using at the time. So let's get into the timeline. Timeline starts the day prior. November 29th at 2023 at 7:33 in the morning. This is video, it's still shot, but from video of Williams leaving his apartment, going to work. Now, the camera footage in his parking lot was pretty minimal, which would come a little bit of an issue later on. But when we run the license plate, we get our first license plate scan, and this is at Desert Inn in Paradise Road to where he's going to work. We had about 5 or 6 of these hits throughout this timeline. I wasn't going to bore you with them all, so there's the first one that we got. At 7:59, he checks into work at the Tuscany, and he works his shift until a little bit after 4 o'clock. After that, he changes his clothes from his blue uniform shirt to a black jacket and a red 49ers baseball hat, and he gets into the HHR and leaves the parking lot. Shortly after that, about 4:25, he makes his first stop at a liquor store about a block away from where he works, and from there he purchases a pint-sized bottle of Tito's vodka. The exterior cameras from that business showed him going north on University Center Drive next. The next major casino from there would be the Westgate, which is the old Las Vegas Hilton. So one of my partners called the Westgate security, said, "Hey, can you guys check your outside cameras for this white HHR driving by and let us know what you find?" They said, "No problem." Short while later, they call back and they say, "Hey, that white HHR actually came into our property. The driver got out. He went to the sports book, made a couple of sports bets, and then he hung out at the bar for about 45 minutes. And while he was there, he had 1 shot of vodka that was complimentary because of his sports betting. So about 17, 18 hours, he leaves in the HHR, heads towards our downtown area. And the next data point we have is from his cell phone records, which show his cell phone was utilizing cell sites near a casino called Arizona Charlie's, which is a small, kind of a locals casino. I was there for about 25 or 30 minutes. Unfortunately, by the time we learned that and we went to the casino, it was beyond their video retention. But we also tried to pull players card info and credit card info, but nothing came back. So at that point, we can only really speculate, what was going on. After Arizona Charlie's, he goes to a Walmart in North Las Vegas, where he's there between 6:15 and 6:53. Nothing really remarkable there. There was no alcohol purchased, just some soap and sunflower seeds and just some random items. So up until this point, basically we have him at a liquor store, we have him at a casino, maybe another casino, maybe at a Walmart. But here was the real plan for the evening. Williams was invited by a friend to go to the Ghost Bar, which is a nightclub inside the Palms. It's on the 55th floor, to see a DJ perform that night. In turn, Williams invited his brother-in-law to go along with him. So after the Walmart, he goes to pick up his brother-in-law in the city of North Las Vegas, and he hangs out with him at his house for a little while. Now, we interviewed the brother-in-law, and one of the questions I asked him was how was he? Was he drunk? Had he been drinking already? And he said, yeah, he had been drinking already at that point. And he said he had a bottle of vodka with him. Now, as an investigator that used to investigate crimes against children, I was forensically interview trained. So I kind of use some of those tactics still. And I say, was it like a big bottle, a small bottle, or something else? And he said, it was this bottle. So Williams had a bottle that was half empty inside the car. His brother-in-law took a picture of it inside the car, showed me the picture of it. Then I asked him, can you send me that picture? And he said, sure. So he sent it to me, and it's part of our case file now. So then after that, they go to Williams' apartment. They go inside. Williams changes his clothes, drops off his Walmart groceries. His mom is there and does confirm that these two were there between 8:50 and 9:15 at night. So after they leave the apartment, they head to the Palms. Now, when they get to the Palms, they meet up with Williams' friend who invited them out for the evening. There was a fourth gentleman to show up who just happened to be an acquaintance of Williams that he kind of hung out the sports books with. So he shows up as well. So the 4 of them are hanging out at the bar. During this time, Williams and his brother-in-law are not drinking. However, his 2 friends are. So they hang out there for a little bit. And about 10:09 at night, Williams and his brother-in-law end up leaving the Palms, and they go to a liquor store in our Chinatown neighborhood in Las Vegas, which is fairly close to where the Palms is. While they're there, they purchase another pint-sized bottle of Tito's vodka. And while they're there, the brother-in-law takes another photo of that pint-sized bottle of Tito's vodka and ends up giving that to me as well. So they go back over to the Palms. They link up with William's friend again. And the acquaintance, or the fourth gentleman, is no longer there. So there was 4, now there's 3. They hang out in the casino floor for a little bit, and they end up making their way up to the Ghost Bar, which I said is on the 55th floor of the hotel tower. And while they're there, Williams and his brother-in-law take turns drinking from the Tito's bottle that they had just purchased. So the brother-in-law had the bottle inside his jacket pocket, and they would take it out, take a sip, give it to Williams. He would take a sip, give it back, and hide it. What they were doing was they were avoiding the high price of cocktails at the bar, at the nightclub, and trying to hide what they were doing from security as well, which is why they were being sneaky about it. So they're there from about 10:30 to 11:45. William's brother-in-law was a little bit reluctant to go out that night. He really only wanted to be out to midnight because he had an engagement the next morning, early in the morning. And also he had recent hip surgery, so his hip was kind of bugging him while he was out walking around. But nonetheless, around midnight, they go back to that liquor store in Chinatown, and they tried to buy now the 3rd bottle of Tito's vodka. This time they were not sold the bottle. According to the brother-in-law, the clerk was like switching over registers, so he couldn't take whatever form of payment Williams had. So the bottle was not purchased at that point. But the brother-in-law was pretty much saying, hey, I'm done for tonight. Like, we're not getting any more liquor. Like, I got the steak in the morning. Like, can you give me a ride home? Williams refused to give him a ride home. He wasn't done partying. But what he did is he drove him back to the Palms and called an Uber for him. And he waited there with his brother-in-law for the Uber to arrive. And the Uber took him home. And then there was one. So Williams is the only one left at this point. He goes back to the Ghost Bar by himself, and he's there for about 2.5 hours. While he's there, he's kind of just hanging out by himself. He's asking some folks to take his picture. He got a little close to somebody's girl and had to get pushed a little bit, but really nothing crazy was going on. But he did go to the bar and order cocktails 4 times. At midnight 37, midnight 56, 0131, and 0146. The first 3 drinks, he would order a shot of vodka by itself and then a chaser, like a glass of cranberry juice or something like that. He did that 3 times. The last time was a mixed drink of both. And then here we have the corresponding receipts to those purchases. The second one here was actually bought by somebody else. Someone else bought that drink for him, but Williams paid for these other 3. So he's there for about 2.5 hours, like I said. About 3 o'clock in the morning, he ends up leaving the Ghost Bar by himself and goes back down to the casino floor. He goes into the bathroom quickly and then comes back out. Now, the thing about Las Vegas casinos is they're designed to keep you inside. There's no windows and there's no clocks, and the carpet's a crazy design, and there's no right angles or any of that. So what he does is he comes out, and he actually ends up making a loop around the casino and ends up back at security in front of the Ghost Bar entrance. He tells security doesn't really know what he's saying. They can tell he's clearly intoxicated. Security supervisor walks up to him, and Williams says, like, hey, am I free to leave? And they're like, yeah, like, we're not detaining you. Like, yeah. So he starts walking away. Security's a little suspicious of him, just the way he's acting. So they end up following him through the casino. He gets to a certain point where he ends up stopping and sits down in front of a slot machine. At which point he's kind of asking like where the parking lot is where his car's supposed to be. Security's like, hey, look, we're not going to help you find your car. You need to take a ride share or a taxi. You know, we're not helping you out. So Williams agrees he's going to take a taxi. So he gets up, starts walking to the main valet. He makes kind of a rude, vulgar comment to a female near the casino cage. And when he gets outside, he passes the cab line and says, I'm just going to walk home. The security said, okay, they don't know this guy. They don't know where he lives. They don't know what he drives. Walk home. So he ends up walking through the parking lot, passes the HHR, and he walks out onto the public sidewalk on Flamingo Road. At that point, he's off security property. Security goes back inside. About a minute or two later, Williams gets back on the property, gets into the HHR, and then drives off going eastbound on Flamingo Road. Now this happened at about 3:22 in the morning. Now simultaneously to Mr. Williams leaving, Trooper Felix is on the I-15 at D Street when he locates that black Jeep Wrangler. Now initially he's on the freeway parallel to the Jeep, has to back up to negotiate that barrier, get behind the Jeep. He then gets out, goes to the driver's door window, finds the driver asleep, and then requests that other unit to respond. You can see him pulling up here, and you can see how close that passenger side is to the barrier. It's right up on it. Okay, so 3:22 in the morning. This is sort of a map of where everybody is that day. So up on the top, 6502 is Trooper Felix at the scene. And then you have the Palms Hotel and Casino down at Flamingo and I-15. Trooper Moran, who goes to back Trooper Felix, 6511, that's where he is. And then 4304 is Sergeant Abate, who's closer. So at 3:22 in the morning, all these things are in motion right now, heading towards Trooper Felix at I-15 and D Street. Now going back to Trooper Felix real quick, this is at 3:24 in the morning, and this is a video that we got from the top of the Rio Hotel and Casino, and it captures the intersection of Flamingo and Hotel Rio Drive. And I want you to look at this row of traffic right here. This is eastbound traffic stopped at the red light at Hotel Rio Drive. There goes Mr. Williams blowing the red light and continuing eastbound towards the I-15. And we know it's him because from where the last video ends, where this one picks up, where the next one picks up, it all lines up. So from the Palms to the Rio, the next one would be from Caesar's Palace of him getting on the I-15. It all lines up. But to add a little bit to that, when we compare that with Williams' call detail records, we actually get a distance to tower hit from his cell phone that puts his vehicle right in the middle of the intersection, or puts his device right in the middle of the intersection at the time he comes through per video surveillance. So what this is, if you're not familiar with T-Mobile, it's called timing advance. And this is the tower, the pin drop is the tower his cell phone is utilizing. And T-Mobile's telling us that phone's gonna be somewhere on that arc. That's how far away it is from the tower, which puts it right in the middle of the intersection there. Okay, now this part's interesting. This is where our witnesses come into play. And I'm gonna speak about this for a second, then I'll let the video play out. So while Trooper Felix is waiting for his backup to arrive, this black Cadillac shows up on the off-ramp. The male passenger gets out, walks over to Trooper Felix, and starts asking about if he had seen his friend who was broken down in the area somewhere in a black Jeep. The friend shows Trooper Felix his phone of his friend's Jeep, a picture of his friend's Jeep. It doesn't appear to be the same one. Trooper Felix tells the guy hey, we're doing an investigation. This guy's knocked out. It's dangerous. You probably shouldn't be here. And the witness ends up leaving.
Who are you? Officer. What's going on, man?
I'll help him out. This is my friend.
Okay. Well, hold on, man. We're doing an investigation right now because he's sleeping behind the wheel, so.
Oh, but is it a renegade?
What is that?
No, let me see. Have you seen this car? It says he's on here, but let me see. It says it's on here. It's a little car like this.
Oh, no.
No?
That's not.
No, yeah, because he got rims like this.
It's not the same, bro.
No, it's not them.
Right.
Okay, so he must be. he must be. I'm trying to save him. So, shit.
This one here is like he don't want to be here at the moment. We got another car. He's kind of knocked out, and he kind of went up the curve. You see that?
Fucked that up, huh?
Yeah.
But that's why I was thinking it was them.
Hold on,
Yeah, this
watch
was
out.
drunk.
Now these headlights here, this is Sergeant Abate arriving. He's arriving against traffic on the ramp, has to negotiate around the Cadillac. And then he's guided into place by Trooper Felix. Now at this point, Sergeant Abate exits the driver's side of his cruiser. He walks around the trunk and up the passenger side towards Trooper Felix. And as the two of them are standing near the driver's door of the Jeep, that's when tragedy strikes. And out of respect for the troopers and Nevada State Police and the families, I'm not going to show the whole video, but I will show a couple stills just to give you an idea of where they were positioned. And this is fractions of a second prior to impact. As you can see, the HHR right behind Felix here. And then Sergeant Abate is right in front of him. Like I explained before, Trooper Felix hit the Jeep and then Sergeant Abate's cruiser, and then was tossed over the off-ramp onto the D Street connector below. And Sergeant Abate was thrown about 143 feet down the off-ramp. Now, the next still we got, this is actually from a body shop that faces northbound on D Street towards the end of the off-ramp, essentially. So the Cadillac and the HHR basically hit the bottom of the off-ramp at the same time. The HHR, driven by Williams, makes that left to go north on D Street. The Cadillac makes that right and takes that hairpin curve around to the D Street connector. Well, when they do that, they find the body of Trooper Felix lying in the roadway. Now, at first they didn't recognize that it was Trooper Felix because he was wearing a state police beanie that had blown off his head. All they know is that there's somebody in a uniform, unresponsive, lying in the roadway. So what they do is they actually position the Cadillac to block oncoming traffic from hitting him, and they start yelling up the ramp to the troopers that they just saw, asking for help, and beeping the horn on the Cadillac, trying to get their attention. But there was no response. This is audio we captured of that from Trooper Felix's body cam that he disconnected from his body. And it just shows you that these people were doing good and trying to help. Now, while that's occurring, Williams is on his way home. This is the route that he takes. It's only probably about a mile, about a 2-minute drive to get back to his apartment. Made no effort to stop whatsoever. At 3:31, he arrives home. And if you look closely, you can see the front passenger side fender well hanging from the car, as if it was just in a collision. Now, Trooper Moran shows up. Now, keep in mind, there was no prior radio traffic or 911 calls to indicate that there was a problem. He was simply just going to back his partner. And like I said before, he shows up and finds those 2 empty cruisers and the guy asleep behind the wheel.
You know where my partners went?
Sorry?
You know where my partners went?
I don't.
All right, come over here, right here. I don't want you to get hit by a car, man, that's all. Holy shit. 511. I think 304's been hit. He's on D Street.
Who's that?
He's on the floor on D Street. I don't know where 502 is. Yeah, I'm coming.
No way. What happened?
Now, while he's dealing with this driver,
No, I don't.
All right, come here.
he's alerted about Trooper Felix down the ramp, down on the connector. While that's happening, the female witness drives the Cadillac back up the ramp against traffic, and she finds Sergeant Abate. drives past him and tells Trooper Moran what she found.
511, 50, or Henry 65, 11, 43. I got the driver detained when I came on scene, INC 502 or 304. I see one trooper. One trooper's on D Street. I don't know where 502 is. What's that? Down there? I'm coming.
That was the female witness telling him about Sergeant Abate on the ramp. He then gets into his cruiser, drives to his location, and then that's when he makes all the appropriate notifications where everyone starts to respond. At 3:45 in the morning, medical personnel arrived. Sergeant Abate was pronounced deceased on scene at 03:57. Trooper Felix was transported to University Medical Center and pronounced deceased at 04:13 hours. Now, I mentioned before that camera coverage in Williams' apartment complex parking lot was very limited, so all we really have is this hallway angle. But this is at 4:38 in the morning. So this is over an hour from when we saw the car pull into the gate, and this will be him entering his apartment. He has a hard time finding his key. It takes him a minute. And there he goes inside. Okay, so obviously everyone that gets there is trying to figure out what happened, who's responsible. So the first place to look would be body cam and dash cam. Now, as far as Trooper Felix's body camera, it was recovered from the scene. However, because he was hit from the rear, it didn't capture the vehicle that was involved. Now, Sergeant Abate's camera was completely destroyed. Actually, a representative from Axon flew into Las Vegas on that day. His body cam was driven to the airport, and they brought it back to their lab in Phoenix, trying to pull any data from it, but it was unsuccessful. It completely was destroyed. There were some technical difficulties pulling the dash cam from Abate's cruiser at the scene, so a component from that was taken to Nevada State Police headquarters for download, and that's when they started seeing images of the vehicle. Prior to this, all we had was a white and maroon van was the suspect vehicle, and that was provided by a homeless individual down on the D Street connector. So at 6:09 hours, the description was updated to a white minivan with front end damage. At 6:30, LVMPD created the Directed Patrol Activity event, which dispatched officers from all over the valley to the command post to begin that grid search. At 6:40, description was updated to a white Chevy HHR with front end damage, and at 07:52, the vehicle was located. In addition to the leasing office confirming that the vehicle belonged there, officers actually talked to a neighbor of Williams who confirmed that the vehicle is primarily driven by a black male in his 40s who lives with his elderly mother. That male lived across the hall and actually allowed officers to enter his apartment and stage an arrest team. And that gave the officers a tactical advantage to being able to see Mr. Williams' apartment that was across the hall and down a little ways. The 9:20 officers do that knock and talk. Williams says, "I'm not the guy, you got the wrong house and I'm drunk." And like I said before, his mother sees the damage and claims that her son had the accident. Aside from interviewing Williams, we also interviewed his mother as well. She stated that him and his brother-in-law were at the apartment for about 30 minutes the night prior. She stated that Williams returned home at about 5 in the morning and went right to bed. And then she woke up shortly before 9. He woke up when the cops knocked on the door. Just to kind of round out the timeline. So Williams was interviewed. He was transported to UMC for a blood draw. The warrant was obtained. First blood draw at 12:18 was at 0.194. The second at 13:19 was the 0.172. We also had a warrant to collect his clothing, DNA, and take photographs of him. And then he was booked into the Clark County Detention Center at the charges that I mentioned before, being transported in Trooper Felix's and Sergeant Abate's handcuffs. Now, as far as the crime scene goes, like I mentioned before, that was my responsibility that day. My main focus on this, because essentially what we want to do is we have to prove a few things, right? Probable cause is there. We have the vehicle from the dash cam, damage of a clear auto-ped accident, his statements, he was still exhibiting signs of being intoxicated, PC, we're good. But what we want to do is strengthen this case and make it basically watertight. And we need to be able to prove without a reasonable doubt that it was his vehicle that was involved, he was driving it when it happened, and he was drunk when it happened. So in regards to the crime scene, this is an area that I call the debris field, and it's between Sergeant Abate's vehicle and Trooper Moran's vehicle that arrived later. And what this is vehicle pieces and pieces of police equipment. The impact was so great that everything from the troopers' belts came off. Magazines came out, cartridges came out of magazines, tasers went flying, batons, everything came out. And then the vehicle also broke into pieces. So we're finding pieces of vehicle plastics, headlight lenses, paint flakes, pretty much everything you can imagine there. So we collected about 81 pieces of police equipment and vehicle pieces. And my thought behind that was the vehicle pieces can identify the vehicle that was there. The police equipment came in contact with that vehicle. So is there any physical evidence on it, like paint transfer or what have you? We'd want to be able to document that. Here's an example of some of the parts left behind. You have a mirror cover, a fog lamp, and some broken headlight lens. And then looking at the troopers' belts, there's white paint transfer. So we collected samples of that. We also collected the white paint samples off of the ground, should we need it for forensic analysis later on. We also took care into recovering the troopers' belongings. We didn't want to leave anything out there for someone to come by and pick up. We wanted to give it back to the families or to the state police to where it belongs. So a couple examples of that is we actually found Sergeant Abate's nameplate stuck in the tire of a LVMPD patrol vehicle that arrived on the D Street connector. And Trooper Felix's badge was found underneath the Jeep. Now, Sergeant Abate's badge was not found at the scene. So at that point, we had 2 squads of patrol detectives literally walk from the scene to the apartment complex looking for that badge. We didn't want anyone else to pick it up. So we did a host of search warrants. We did a search warrant to Williams' apartment. What we did there is we recovered the clothing that he was wearing at the nightclub that night. That way we can say video surveillance shows him wearing this clothing, getting into this car by himself. He shows up at this apartment. Here's the clothes he was wearing. We can collect those as evidence. We also, it was important to note that there was no open alcohol containers in the apartment. Therefore, he cannot say that he started drinking after he got home. He had been drinking for hours the night prior. This is just a photo comparison of the clothes that we recovered from the apartment in comparison to still shot from inside the palms. Now, as far as the vehicle is concerned, we processed the vehicle in the parking lot. We processed the exterior of the vehicle in the parking lot of the complex. Some things that we recovered from there was the broken headlight, 2 windshield wipers, broken side view mirror, white paint samples, biological hair and matter, gray fibers believed to be state police uniform fibers, DNA swabs from all the exterior handles, DNA swab from the key, and swabs of apparent blood. We also had 2 forensic scientists from our lab actually respond out there and be present for the processing of the vehicle. That way we make sure we do everything right. After the exterior was processed, we put a cover over the car, sealed it, and towed it to our fleet garage. That gave us the opportunity to search the inside in a sterile environment, as well as put it on a lift and look for any evidence that might be present underneath the car. What we did is we swabbed all the interior door handles, steering wheel, gear shifts, seatbelt buckles, and different drinking containers that were inside the car that were non-alcoholic. We also found Williams' cell phone on the driver's floorboard, and a small amount of marijuana was also found in the car. Now, most notably, is on the passenger floorboard, we find Sergeant Abate's breast badge. So we called off the search party, and we were able to give that back to the family. The other picture there is 3 9mm cartridges that were found under the hood, like up by the windshield on the cowl of the car. The head stamps on those cartridges match the head stamps that were in the troopers' magazines and that we found scattered on the freeway. So we know that that's where it came from. There's a photo comparison of the parts that we found on the off-ramp and compared to the vehicle. And then our forensic lab actually took the plastic headlight lens pieces and pieced them together like a puzzle, proving that they came from the same part. So we know that we have the right car. Now, as far as forensic analysis goes, we found Sergeant Abate's DNA on the outside and inside of the car. We did not find Trooper Felix's DNA on the car. Williams' fingerprints were found on the bottle in the car and as well as the exterior, and his DNA was also found on the key fob for the car. We did a social media check on Williams and found 2 Facebook pages belonged to him. We served a search warrant to Meta Platforms for both of those. One of them came back with photos taken inside the Palms that night. We also did a warrant to his Google account, hoping to help us with location data, but that was unremarkable. Nothing came back. We did a content warrant on his cell phone, and what we found are a bunch of these pictures of him taken from inside the Palms. These are pictures taken by other people, which we have the corresponding video surveillance from the Palms to show that. There were also messages between him and 2 or 3 of the people that he was out with that night, saying that like, hey, you guys left me here, I'm all by myself now, blah, blah, blah. So there goes his story about one of his 4 friends driving the car back, right? We have the messages to prove it, along with the video surveillance, obviously. We also took a look at his cell phone records with location data. And what this is a kind of a high-speed animation on loop. But what this shows you is all the cell site connections that his cell phone made from the Palms to the scene. And it shows just the quickest and most direct route up there. So there's no argument that he stopped somewhere else, someone else got into the car and drove, and then they caused the accident. This is him going right there, right to the scene, and then right home to where it remains. We also did a speed analysis. Like I mentioned before, I don't have a background in traffic investigations or accident reconstruction or anything. And from what I understand, my investigators had a difficult time doing that portion of it because the troopers were hit and then they hit other things. So the speed range I came up with was somewhat broad. What I was able to come up with was between the video surveillance and the call detail records is finding 2 locations. The bottom one would be right at Flamingo and 15, getting onto the 15. And then the top one is the one closest to the scene. And when you measure the distance between those points and the times of when those call records show, you can calculate the speed. And in this case, it was about 73 miles per hour, which is speeding. Posted speed limit was 65. Suggested speed for the off-ramp was 45. Now, in conclusion, Williams was prosecuted by the Clark County District Attorney's Office Vehicular Crimes Unit, A plea agreement was reached, and he pled guilty to 2 counts of DUI resulting in death, and he was sentenced to 8 to 20 years to run consecutive. Therefore, 16 to 40 was the sentence. Where that comes from is the DUI resulting in death is a Class B felony in Nevada, in which the maximum sentence is 20 years. The minimum cannot be more than 40% of that. That's where the 8 comes into play. But the judge ordered them to run consecutive, so we get the 16 to 40. Now, in my talks with Nevada State Police leadership, currently what they're working on is they're working on getting a grant for stop stick barracudas. This is like a slow tire deflation device that can be placed in front of the car's tires. And what that would do is free up one of these patrol cars to actually take the lane or take the off ramp in hopes to avoid something like this from happening again. Nevada State Police also continue to run DUI campaigns. The one in the middle there was on the 1-year anniversary of this incident, where they ran a statewide DUI campaign, and they continue to do those on major holidays like New Year's Eve, Memorial Day weekend, and we also do partner with them on those, and they've been quite successful. In memory of our troopers, sections of the freeway were dedicated to them. This part by the I-15 and Speedway Boulevard was dedicated to Sergeant Michael Abate for his love for car racing. And Trooper Felix, his section was dedicated to I-15 and Craig Road, which is the road you would take to get to Nellis Air Force Base. With that, I'll take any questions.
When you guys did the blood draw, why did you do an hour in between?
Hold on a second. We're going to get a microphone to you, just so everybody online can hear it. Yep. Just go ahead and ask the question again. We have 2 people on either side. We'll come down and bring microphones to you.
The question I have is, why did you guys take the blood draw an hour in between each other?
That's so the question was, why did we take one blood draw, then an hour later take the second blood draw? That's standard protocol for us. My understanding is it's an indicator of whether or not that person is still going up. As far as their blood alcohol content, we're coming down. So we always get 2.
And when you guys arrested the suspect, did you find any DNA or blood evidence on him from stuff coming through the windshield into the passenger compartment?
No, we did not.
And he had no injuries from that result?
He had no injuries. But we did collect his clothing that he was wearing when we was taken into custody for that very reason. It was taken and processed or taken and packaged for DNA analysis at a later point. But then we later found the clothes that he actually wore at the nightclub was inside the apartment. So we had both sets of clothes.
I just want to compliment you on the very comprehensive, very thorough, linear collection of evidence. Was there a suppression hearing held to look to what might not be admitted? Clearly, there is a plea and conviction, but anything that wasn't allowed in?
No, to my knowledge, there was no suppression hearing.
Do we have anything online?
What was the advantage sought by coming up the ramp initially against traffic?
That's difficult for me to answer because I don't want to speak on Nevada State Police policies and how they conduct their vehicle stops and things like that. I know with the thinking, as far as like they're thinking ahead and trying to get the stop stick barracudas to stop that car coming on. So I think the overall fear is that scaring that driver awake, startling them, and then having that vehicle take off and cause even more problems. So I think that's where the thought process was. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I want to thank Detective Milligan very much for an excellent presentation. So I really appreciate that. Okay, welcome back for our virtual audience. We're just setting up the next series of slides here. So bear with me as I get us on to where we need to be. So this next portion is below 100. For those of you who are watching, and we all had a really delicious lunch. I'm sorry. But I just ran over some statistics about, things are looking better this year with a 48% reduction in crashes. It's already been touched on once before today, but I'll reiterate it again. No single vehicle crashes. And that's one of the things that I know that NHTSA, below 100, and myself focus on as some of those preventable things that is under the officer's control. So I want to introduce Dale Stockton. You've heard his name already. He came up and helped present an award to John Marshall. And he's going to be working with Rob Beidler. Dale is one of the architects of Below 100. I know Rob Beidler because when he was the undersheriff of Snohomish County, they won the Destination Zero Award in 2017, I think that was right. And one of the reasons they won that traffic safety award from Destination Zero was some really innovative leadership from Rob. So I think hopefully we'll hear about that either through the Below 100 presentation and or during the next forum when I really hope everyone's going to chime in. So I'm going to turn it over to Dale Stockton.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome, and to the virtual audience, thanks for letting us have a little bit to eat. Let me tell you, let's see, are we going to be able to get a slide here, Nick?
Yeah. We had it up there a minute ago, I thought.
There we go.
No, hold on.
It's what you call a fast forward.
So just for those of you ever planning on putting one of these things together again, do not put all your slides in the same, marry them all up.
All right. So let me tell you just briefly where the name Below 100 comes from. It really is instructive. It's essentially the mission to drive down line of duty deaths of police officers in this country to fewer than 100. And people say, well, wait a minute, are you saying that 99 officers losing their lives is acceptable? And no, we've never said that. We've never said that. We've never inferred that. But you have to have something that's realistic and achievable. Law enforcement, we're the ultimate skeptics, right? People lie to you all the time. And when someone puts out a goal that is on its face something that just is impossible, they're going to reject it. Here's the good news. And you've heard it alluded to by Nick. Our good friends at the Officer Down Memorial page did me a favor. On July 3rd, when we crossed into the second half of 2025, I asked them if they could please run stats to look at the last 100 years and see if we had ever been as low as we were at that point in the history of law enforcement. 100 years. The two closest years were 43 and 59. And both of those years were more than 10 losses higher than we were on July 3rd. I know that's a little complex in what I just said, but basically we're trending really, really well. And I feel awkward saying that because we're talking about losses. But the only way we can honor our fallen effectively is by training the living. And that's the heart and soul of Below 100. The best way for those of you that may not have a good handle on just what is Below 100, what are the tenets, how does this work, is to show you what we refer to as our trailer video. It's a little less than 5 minutes, so I'll kick that off for you here.
1199, shot fired. I've been shot twice. Suspect vehicle, the blue Yukon. That's one of the fully automatic, because you're shooting pistol, like a MAC-10 style pistol.
My husband was going code 3, lost control of his car, hit a median. He rode the median down pretty much like a skateboard and hit a light pole, and he succumbed to his injuries. The reason for my husband's death was because he did not have his seatbelt on.
This is literally life or death. Whether an officer makes it home to the family or is sent to a funeral home. The goal of Below 100 really is to drive down line of duty deaths to fewer than 100, a level we've not seen since 1943.
I tell units to slow down. One of the shots went into my vest and one into my hand. Neither are life-threatening.
An Illinois State police officer who lost control of his car, crossed the median. I had 3 daughters, and then I only had 1. It cut my family in half. I lost 2 beautiful, precious children.
Hey, I might not make it over there. I'm calling Bud to an accident on South River Road, like Parksburg right now.
One male, one female.
140. All right, bye.
The heart and soul of survival are very basic concepts, and that's the beauty of the below 100. It focuses on what the officer can do, and it's working.
It empowers individual officers, and it's something that they can do themselves the second they walk out that door.
Below 100 has definitely changed the behavior of everybody we've come in contact with.
I've had patrolmen sitting in class, arms folded, totally not engaged, and come up to me at the end of class and go, "You got me. You changed my mind. I'm wearing my seatbelt, I'm wearing my vest, I'm slowing down."
This is what I was called to do in law enforcement, to get out and reach as many officers, so I did not put another friend, another officer on that wall.
Even though he's gone, he's still changing people's lives, and I'm honored to be able to share his story so I can help save others.
We deal with tragedy all the time, and when so much of it can be prevented, why wouldn't we engage in a program that would reduce the risk to ourselves and the community? And for that reason, Below 100 is the program that we need to implement today. It really does make a difference.
So why do we take the approach that we do? Candidly, for far too long, we focused on the bad guy. It was all about outrunning, outgunning, outsmarting the bad guy. And this program was essentially birthed by a conversation of committed law enforcement trainers who recognized there's a lot of culpability on our side. We're not using safety equipment. We're taking chances we don't have to. And the funny thing about cops, the serious thing about cops is, they rationalize that this risk they're taking on to win the foot pursuit by not having their seatbelt on, to wave cover because they don't want to interrupt their partner's dinner, and on and on and on. They rationalize that risk is a risk they'll take on themselves. What Below 100 helps them realize is they're putting the crosshair of risk on their family. And when they realize that, oftentimes it changes behavior in a very deep-seated way. So we focus on areas that are under the officer's control, because here's what we know. If you can predict something's likely to happen, there's a very strong possibility you can prevent that. Predictable is preventable. Anybody know who said that? Who started that? Gordon Graham, right. You heard Mr. Marshall mention him earlier, and he's been a big, big supporter of this program. So what are these 5 tenets? Let's revisit them real quickly. Wear your belt, wear your vest, watch your speed. Those first 3 are pretty objective. You either do them or you don't. The last 2, when, what's important now, essentially situational awareness, and remember, complacency kills, that one you've heard since the day you went into the academy. Those 2 are more inclusive. And to this day, Below 100's been out there since January of 2011. We've yet to find a need to introduce a new tenet, because if it comes to being preventable, it'll fall under one of these 5. In fact, Commissioner Farrell, at the time the CHP commissioner, he put out a video to his folks basically saying virtually all of our preventable deaths are clearly addressed by these tenets. CHP, by the way, rolled this program out throughout the organization. They developed a leadership component, a supervisory component based on Below 100, and I am humbled to share with you that if you look at the last 4 years, up until very recently, they lost an officer to what is presumed to be a duty-related heart attack. 4 years, the longest period of time that they've ever gone in the history of the CHP without a loss. Now, is that Below 100? Are we claiming credit for it? No, but it is part of the solution, and that's why we're here today. So when you hear these things, I'm sure people, it's easy to think, well, that's so simple. Well, yeah, it is. And it fits on the back of a business card. And I'm very proud of that because people can remember it and you can share it in 60 seconds. But simple does not equal easy. If I said to you, how simple is it to understand the concept of losing weight? We all know what that means. Calories in, calories out. But how easy is it, right? And then when you're talking about cultural change in law enforcement, no, Troy, I'm not going to share the change thing. We already been there, done that. So traffic deaths of officers, and that's why we're here today. Again, we like in below 100 to keep things simple, straightforward. It comes down to the 3 S's: speed, seatbelts, struck by vehicles. Speed, seatbelt, struck by vehicles. Virtually all our vehicle-related stuff is right here. Today, I want to spend just a little bit of time because we only have a little bit of time. We can't give you the whole below 100 pitch. I really want to emphasize seatbelts. And there's a reason for this. I am confounded to this day why it is so difficult to get police officers to understand that most basic piece of safety equipment, they'll wear their vest. That's pretty much a given these days in most assignments, except when they think they're on training day or they're in an admin position. But for the most part, they're wearing vests. But you're a whole lot more likely to get in a car crash than you are shooting. And we continue to see a high level of non-usage. And why is that? When they enter a profession, they grew up facing backward for the first 2 years of their life, and then in a 6-point harness telling mom and dad as they get to talking, Mommy, Daddy, put on your seatbelt. And somehow we put them through an academy and a field training officer, and boy, they're not wearing a seatbelt. And you heard Susan Moody say he always wore a seatbelt off duty, but on duty, no. And she lost her husband, her 2 daughters lost their dad. We just did a training effort, below 100 train the trainer, and I was stunned that half of the people in that class who showed up to become below 100 trainers admitted they didn't wear their seatbelt on duty. We can change this. This slide, to me, is probably the most powerful one in the program on this point. The upper left, that's Brad Moody's car. And you met his wife, Susan, in the video. You look at that driver's compartment, that was a survivable crash. The G-force of being slammed into the passenger side when he hit that pole is what killed him. If he'd stayed behind that wheel, he would have lived. Now you look at these and you're saying, Dale, those others have to be fatals, right? Well, 2 of them are. 1 of them's not. And the difference is this. I'm sorry. 1 of them is. 2 of them are not. And the difference is seatbelt. Body armor probably helped, but seatbelt was the primary. So let's walk through them real quick. Brad Moody, top left. Mike Mitchell, CHP, top right. Look at the bark on that tree. See how it's scraped away? That car was fully airborne when it hit that tree. Mike lost a leg, but he fought his way back through the physical agility testing with the California Highway Patrol. Full duty. Made it back. Became a below 100 trainer. Bottom right, agency asked us not to identify the agency, but that officer made it back to full duty. I talked to him on the phone. You look at that car, you say, no way. Seatbelt. Bottom left, Adam Rosenthal, Delray Beach, sergeant. What was he going to that he lost control of his car? What was so all important? And herein is the speed factor. Single vehicle crash. Every one of these was a single vehicle crash. You heard Nick talk about that at lunchtime. Adam was on his way into briefing. That's it. No urgency, no call, nobody waiting to see him in the lobby. Just headed into briefing. Left 3 kids behind. Now, you'd look at that car and you say, there's no way he would have survived. Well, look at the 2 on the right. They survived. One of the best ways, in law enforcement, we often hear about something, new technology, new program. We say, well, who else is using it? And cops like stories. One of our earliest stories, and you heard Destination Zero referenced earlier, one of the first Destination Zero award winners was Yolo County. And I want to walk you quickly through this because I think there's a lot of people out there that can identify with this type of organization. Excuse me. A large county, a relatively small law enforcement agency, 1,200 square miles. They've only got 24 deputies assigned to patrol. So below 100 there was essentially introduced by the patrol commander. You know what brought him into this awareness, this program, this I want to change my agency? He heard the story of Kim Schlau, the woman that you heard in the video who said she lost her 2 daughters to the Illinois State Trooper. He was at a safety forum that, among other things, included below 100, and she spoke. He was literally moved to tears. He told me later, Yolo County, YOLO does not stand for you only live once. Trust me, you don't need to go to Yolo County. He said, when the sheriff said, I need a volunteer to go to San Diego, as soon as he heard the word San Diego, I'll go, Sheriff. He didn't even know what it was. And he told me this later, he thought in that moment, I'm just going to go, sit in the back, look for the first opportunity to exit. I'm going to enjoy my time in San Diego. And then I'm going to go back, I'm going to get my shoulder surgery, then I'm going to retire. Everything changed. Everything changed. He heard Kim Schlau speak and he said, this could happen in our county. He went up after he recovered. He said, I was overcome. And I went up, I apologized to her for what law enforcement had done to her family, and I committed to her I would change it. So he goes back, and the first thing he has to do is figure out, all right, I know we're crashing, but how bad is it? Here's what he found. For you math majors, let's walk through this real quick. 2005 to 2012, more than 100 at-fault crashes. Remember, this is an agency with 24 deputies assigned to patrol. Not on patrol, assigned to patrol. That's an average of more than 1 per month. And what was the PCF, the primary collision factor? Again and again and again, speed. So then it becomes, all right, it's speed, but what do we do about it? How do we know where the problems are? How do we know how frequently this is happening? So one of the guys in the department said, Captain, you know that I can click on a mouse and tell you when somebody's driving 90 miles an hour and they're not using their overheads. He says, you're kidding. He says, our in-car video system, it's set up that the threshold speed for activation of the video is 90 miles an hour. So click of a mouse. Here's the unit, here's the location, and we have a video of what's going on. Aha, now we've got a tool. And let's just pause there. What did it cost? Because people say, we can't do this, it costs too much. It cost $0 to find that information. So Larry's a planner. By the way, I'll tell you kind of the end of the story here a little bit. Larry ended up, after this big success, coming to work, of all places, the National Memorial. How cool is that, right? All right, back to this. So first thing he does, after getting the support of the sheriff, he goes to the DSA, the Deputy Sheriff Association, for the East Coast guys, the union. And it was all about deputy safety, all about deputy safety. So they do the below 100 training, but that's the beginning. Below 100 is not a one and done. It's the beginning. He tells everybody, we got this 90 mile an hour thing, and we're going to be looking at every video. And if you're not doing something you're supposed to be doing, we need to talk about it. But it was not about discipline. It was about deputy safety. They didn't have a seatbelt policy. They got one. And they just kept emphasizing over and over again. It's about getting people home. So what happened? 6 months in, remember, averaging 1 at-fault crash per month. 6 months in, the 90-plus activations had dropped more than 90%. 6 months in, 0. What about 1 year? I get a phone call from Larry. He literally starts singing happy birthday to us. I kid you not. Because I didn't know what day it was. And he said, happy birthday to us. And he explained he was over the moon. He says, it's working, it's working. What about 2 years? This was incredible. Again, think about this. By this point, normally they would have 24 times had an at-fault crash. Now, it can't last forever. Ultimately, it was 33 months. Larry would tell you that the California Highway Patrol snookered them into getting into a pursuit that they shouldn't have been involved in. And their guy crashed, so okay, it was an at-fault crash. But they saved more than $300,000. Not to mention, that's in crash-related cost. But think of the injuries they prevented. Think of this, the friction they avoided with the community, the county that they served by that. And they were the recipient. I don't know if it was the first year, but it was one of the first years that Destination Zero was in place. And they got the safety award from the memorial. Really cool thing. So before I turn it over to Rob, I just want to hit some high points with you guys real quickly, and then he can tell his story. You were here for Mr. Marshall's recognition this morning after we met 10 years ago. God bless him. He was a champion. And NHTSA came alongside Below 100, helped make some things happen. Several states have now integrated to their academies. Border Patrol took it system-wide. You heard John Marshall mention the name Dan Harris, Chief Dan Harris. Dan was a chief in the Border Patrol, very, very, very high level in the Border Patrol. And he got exposed below 100. He said, I'm going to change my agency. Talk about cultural change resistance. You ain't seen nothing until you've seen the U.S. Border Patrol. Dan was moved to take over the academy, and the first thing he did, one of the first things he did was say, from day one, you will be wearing body armor. Now, the Border Patrol is a very strong labor group. I have a lot of respect for the Border Patrol in so many ways. I'm in the San Diego area, and we worked with them a lot when I was in law enforcement. But the whole idea of having mandated body armor, probably never going to happen in the Border Patrol. Dan's idea was, though, if I start them in day one, and they go through 6 months of academy training, every facet of the academy training, they're wearing armor. They're going to feel naked without it. And you know what? I challenge you, if you don't think there's something to this, look at the stats for losses in Border Patrol. They've trended significantly downward, in spite of their job becoming so much more difficult in recent years. So we've now done trainers in every state in the country, every district, including this one, even Puerto Rico. Let's see, Canada, Mexico, even Brazil have asked for variations of below 100. You say, what, below 100, isn't the number wrong? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's just the name. But the core principles work. They just work. And this last point on here is one of my favorite. We had a below 100 champion in Puerto Rico, and he just would not take no for an answer. He's a training sergeant there, and he managed to get 12,000 people trained with no money. And if they can do it in Puerto Rico, you can do it anywhere. The big takeaway, 2022, first time in more than 50 years, Puerto Rico posted 0 losses. That was a big deal, a very big deal. So Rob, you want to come on up? Where's Rob? There he is.
Over here, Dale.
I'll step over here. Get your.
All right. After lunch, wake up just a little bit, just for a few minutes. The good news, I've only got about 6 or 7 or 8 slides. Little data in there. The main thing, I'm here to obviously talk about below 100. I'm currently the chair, but it's the story that I'm going to tell you that I really want you to glob onto. That I really want you to realize that any of us can make a difference. And what's making a difference? That's getting people home, those we serve, citizens, or the people that work with us. This is my organization right here. Just remember a few numbers. 2013-14, we about 1 million a year in vehicles from collisions, litigation, claims, stuff like that. 2015, that 2.3 million. Another important point, I took a $14 million outlier out of that. One of our deputies was going to the courthouse. 10 years on, never had a collision. Good cop. Still is, as a matter of fact. He had a prisoner in the back raising a ruckus. He had a social and health worker in his passenger seat. And so it was kind of chaos. He was really distracted. It was 25 mile an hour zone. He was doing under 35. Distracted, ran a stop sign. He hit a car. When he ran that stop sign, that car careened into a citizen and severed both his legs and did a lot more damage and injuries. That was the $14 million outlier I took out of 2015. Now, when that happened, I was in the National Academy, about the middle of the National Academy, and I saw a speaker. Guess who? Oddly enough, Kim Schlau. We keep hearing her name. So when Kim spoke, there's 200 people in my class, and everybody heard something different. What I heard as an undersheriff was, this could happen anywhere. It's going on everywhere. Somehow, some way, we've got to do better. It wasn't about, she doesn't hate cops. She doesn't. She just wants us to do better, simply put. And then, so I thought, okay, I care about safety. I say safety first all the time. You know, special operations, SWAT, you name it, safety matters. But was I putting safety first? So then we just had this incident with this citizen. I just hear Kim Schlau, and then all of a sudden my mind starts to spin, and I start to think about all of these things that I could do that would make my people safer. I think that we could all think of those. So I decided to concoct a plan in 2015. I decided to launch it in 2016 at the beginning of the year. Spent the rest of the year prepping for it. Policies, procedures, pursuits, you name it. Posters, social media, training. And then when I launched this at the beginning of 2016, you can't have accountability if we haven't set the foundation for our people. And when I say accountability, I don't mean discipline. I mean just accountability, just personal accountability. So what I did, in the beginning of the year in 2016, I brought all 90 of my supervisors, FTOs, EVOC instructors, all of them, put them in a room, and we spent the day together talking about policies and procedures and technology. Guess who our keynote was that day? Kim Schlau. She saved more people than all of us put together, that's for sure. How did I get her there? How did I fund this? I begged for help, and I met some guy. His name was John Marshall. Just happened to work for this place called NHTSA, and they helped me. So when I say that, when you read in this slide, the average speed of crashes went down. I don't know about your organizations, but we back into every fixed object known to man. And since we've hit them all, now we've started over and we're hitting them again. But it's low speed, right? We don't want to do it. We don't want to cause that damage, but people aren't dying. People aren't getting severely hurt. And it's that 50% is an estimate because I only really hardcore kept track of data from 15 on. Pursuits, listen, I'll give you one simple example. I've got 100 of why we changed the policy. Chasing stolens. I'm not giving advice whether or not people chase stolens. I'm talking about us. We were chasing stolens, every stolen we come across. Great pursuit. We would even bait them into running. What happened 50% of the time? We crashed. Injuries. And then if we weren't crashing, the suspect was crashing. And then we would call the victim and say, yeah, come pick up your wrecked piece of crap now. But then I got into the meat of it. Well, how many convictions were we getting? In the end, 9% of those were prosecuted. Just over 4% were found guilty of any felony. We're wrecking, we're killing people. Well, the statistics from the Endlers program, for every cop that dies in a pursuit, 100 citizens die. Let that sink in. We kill the people we serve 100 to 1 in pursuits. You chase like your family's driving around in the area. Recommendation. The data did get better. I'm going to show you a few more slides. When I say discipline went down, we used technology, we changed policies. How on earth could discipline go down? You can't beat people into submission. You beg, you plead, you equip, you arm. You do whatever you can. I mean, telematics, I could go on all day about telematics, got more people out of trouble than in trouble. Citizens aren't good judges of speed. Yeah, your deputy was doing 100 miles an hour down the freeway. Look up telematics, they're doing like 7 over. So we just write it off, right? Discipline went down because we set expectations and convinced people to meet them. That's why it goes down. Money, there's 2015 minus the 14 million. Look at 16, 17, that trend continued through 2019. I retired at the end of the year, and we'll talk about that in a minute. How hard is it to convince your city council, your county council, your administration to give you money if you need it when you can show this kind of data? It's not hard. I did it over and over again because they appreciate it. And not only, I mean, this doesn't even get into claims and lost time from injuries, and the list goes on and on. So, who here has positional authority? I'm not going to make you raise your hand. I see lieutenants and sergeants, captains, directors, managers, supervisors, some retired, undersheriffs, sheriffs, people online. Who has positional authority? In 2015 at the National Academy, what I realized was, as the undersheriff, I raised my hand and I begged them to promote me. Beg's a strong word, but probably not too far off. Promote me, please. Give me the awesome responsibility of getting everybody home every day. Every one of you that has any kind of positional authority, including FTOs and EVOC instructors, you asked for that. It is your duty to put safety first and not just say safety first, because I was only saying safety first for the longest time. Then I put it first. There's a huge difference. So when you look at all of this data, the deputy that hit that citizen, John's adamant. If I would have gone through all this, he became an instructor. He was charged criminally. We retained him. And he became an instructor. He now preaches this. He does truly, to his core. If I would have had this, that wouldn't have happened. So what did that make me think? I was too late. I was too late for that man. What if I had done it earlier? A year, 2 years? How many lives would have been changed? For all of you, don't wait. Don't do what I did. Make the realization now so you don't get a man like that you have to wish that you could have saved and that he could walk again. Okay. This is a little tough because it was my organization. There's your collision data. Now you see when we started, 2015 was a typical year for us. I can show that statistically. As it went down, you can see the program taking hold, and the money and the lives and the injuries, you name it. What happened at the end of 2019? We got a new sheriff. We got a sheriff elected. I retired as the undersheriff. My operations chief became a deputy chief at another organization. The entire administration left. Then what happened in 2020? I know all those men and women. I appreciate them. I worked with them. I bled in the streets with them. I was in SWAT with them, you name it. And they absolutely wanted to get their people home every day. And they said safety first. I know. I heard it. But did they put it first? Statistically, you can see what happened. Numbers don't lie. What was done was undone by leadership, even though they're strong leaders. Safety is not a priority. Safety is a value, because priorities change and changed here. Values don't change. Treat safety as a value, not a priority that can change year to year. What happened in 2021, 22, and 23 were similar, if not a little worse. What happened in 2024? How on earth could that happen? Same as the last time. New administration. That was Sheriff Johnson's first year to try to undo or redo. You know what position she held in 2019, 18, 17? She was my operations chief. She's in charge of parole. And patrol. She was in charge of patrol. Now she's a sheriff. Now safety is a value to her, not a priority that changes year to year. What I'm trying to convince everybody is start today. Yes, I'm the chair of Below 100. I use it as my safety program, my safety platform. But it's what you do with that matters. The training, I could go on all day about what I did. This is just a few because I'm sure that some people are interested. What on earth could that be? Below 100 trained the trainer. Buying from my command staff. Of course I needed them. FTOs and EVOC instructors, tip of the spear. They are exhibiting the behaviors you want. And if they are not, then they need to not be an FTO or an EVOC instructor. And yes, I was challenged by that at times. My FTO told me to take my seatbelt off, you're going to get attacked in your car. My FTO could have cost me my life. Respected him. That was the old belief. We don't get attacked in our cars dying. I mean, like maybe there's a couple documented incidents somewhere where it happened, but there's hundreds, if not thousands of documented incidents about people dying because they weren't wearing a seatbelt. Play the odds. Pursuit policy, I talked about that. Driving review board, every single collision, every single pursuit monthly went before a driving review board. We brought in the sergeant who was in charge, the deputy or deputies, and we talked about it. The undersheriff was on that. We voted whether or not it was preventable or not preventable within policy. Who was on that? Training division, operations commander, and anybody the union wanted. I had 8 unions, 4 of them drove. I don't care who they put on that board. And then we voted and we talked about it. 9 times out of 10, it gave us the opportunity to congratulate them, thank them for their hard work and doing the right thing, and please get home. And then on occasion, yeah, they were out of policy. And then we would correct it somehow, some way, training, equipment. You just can't beat people into submission. You guys all know that. I would just say that, again, instead of going through every one of these with we don't have the time, but I will say telematics is the most underutilized tool that we have. Use technology. We started today with talking about useful technology. Use it. Telematics is a gift, whether it's seatbelt, idle time. It cost my organization $100,000 a year and saved hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Somebody stole one of our cars, we could find it. That was a positive. It's a valuable tool, and it can be used for good, not just evil. We even had a driver score. The driver score would spit out. We would reward people for good driver score. We didn't discipline people for bad driver scores. We just begged them and pleaded with them to get a better one if they could. Posters, and I put this up here because I'm going to use it just as another example. Here are some posters that Below 100 as a group can provide you. We made our own posters. I'll give you one example. We have a deputy. He's holding his baby. It shows him from here up and then from the waist down holding a baby. And it just says everybody has something to go home to. What are the odds that somebody's walking out the door one day and they see that and it makes a difference? 1 in 100? 1 in 500? That's worth it. The poster was like 50 cents. It was worth it. Create your own. Use ours. You're sending a message and it has to be relentless. It has to be a value. You work hard and you do what you can and you will make a difference. And if you choose not to, then you won't. I would only say, who will you cost? I'm not trying to play good cop, get bad cop, because Dale's clearly the good cop here. It's just a harsh reality. I just wish, like I said, I started earlier because I don't know who I would have saved, but it would have been somebody. And I don't know who I did save. I don't know who it is, but it's somebody. I'm just asking you to do the same. Okay, a few key takeaways, and we're wrapping up here. I don't look at your organization necessarily and say, do we have a problem? I did not think we had a problem. I don't know that we did. I think we were just typical organization. But problem or not, do better, right? We're still wrecking. We're still speeding, not wearing our seatbelt, doing all those things. Even if you're just a typical organization, statistically, do better.
If I could just
get some help.
Yeah. All right. There we go. If I could just get one thing across to you guys, it would be this. Right now, as you're sitting there, think about your agency, your task force, your area of responsibility. If you had to identify, you'd be over there. All right. Here's the number one thing I want you to know. Within your agency, within your area of responsibility, if you had to address and predict where the next serious injury or tragedy was going to occur, what would you say? And many of you, when you process that question, I'll bet you have an individual in mind, or a process, or a particular type of training you do. And so here's the challenge. If you can do that, and I know you can, what are you going to do about it? I have seen people at this point literally get up out of the room, go out and make a phone call. I'll never forget, I had a guy came back to me and said, I wanted to let you know, I wasn't walking out on you. I just realized it was so important. I wanted to call right that minute because I realized we could have live rounds making it into the dummy rounds in our firearms takeaway training. Wow. Wow. We got a question?
We do. We have an online question. It's actually for the undersheriff.
Come on back up, Rob.
The online question that we have is, how did your agency deal with officers who had multiple speed activations?
So I'm just gonna let's just say that they were outside of policy. We would beg and plead, like I said, but everything leads to progressive discipline eventually. So we would take all complaints seriously. We would not mine telematics for information. The deal I made was we would only use telematics if it came to us, a complaint, a collision, a pursuit, or whatever. So if somebody had multiple violations, they ranged from a talking to a letter. And I would say that in one particular case, in my mind, we took away somebody's driving privileges for an extended period of time, and they wrote a desk and took phone complaints. That was over the top being challenged, right? You know, I had a large organization, somebody was going to challenge it, but in the end, you do what you have to do.
Thank you. I have one more.
Another one, okay.
One more. From your experience, has it been hard to change the mindset among officers to new policies and mandatory seatbelt requirements?
Wow, that's a great one. And it's funny, Rob and I were just talking about this the other day because, you know, with the advent of external armor, and by the way, I'm a fan because more people wear armor now with external armor. It's cooler. I get that. But we've turned them into these tactical tool belts. And I've asked officers, does that dissuade you from wearing a seatbelt? Some say, no, absolutely not. I just sweep it. It's a matter of training and familiarization. It's no problem. Others have said, well, yeah. And let me tell you a quick story. I was at a sheriff's department, one of the largest in this country, and I'm talking to a guy, big guy, and he had this tactical vest, and I asked him that question, does that keep you from wearing your seatbelt? And he does this. He's looking around to see who's listening. He goes, I don't wear my seatbelt. 5 minutes later, I'm talking to the sheriff of that organization, and I ask him about seatbelts. He said, I don't have a problem with seatbelts. My people wear their seatbelts. Huge disconnect. I cannot even begin to tell you how many times I've had the experience of somebody at the top of the organization saying, we don't have a problem. And then when they look, they have a problem. And if you're thinking my agency is too big for that, talk to Joe Farrell, Commissioner of the Highway Patrol at the time Below 100 rolled out. He said those words. And then later at a forum in San Diego, he told 300 people I was wrong. I wouldn't have bet my paycheck. I would have bet my house that the California Highway Patrol didn't have that problem. We had the problem. You've got to look. To your point, to your question, this is where positional authority comes in. You've got to get your people home. You have the ability to tell them you have to wear it. In terms of policy, just make it practical. If you tell your people in policy 100% of the time you will always wear a seatbelt or you will be fired, you're probably going to fail. If you give them a policy similar to what was implemented in Las Vegas after they lost three in a year when not wearing seatbelts, Sheriff Gillespie said, number one, you'll wear them. Number two, if you're engaged in some type of immediate intervention needed law enforcement activity, then you can go without your seatbelt. But here's the brilliance of it. The third one was, however, in no situation will you operate a vehicle in excess of 15 miles an hour without a seatbelt. That third one took away all those, well, yeah, we were doing 85, but the guy was about to stop and I had to take my seatbelt off in case he jumped out. Make your seatbelt policy practical. Then follow through with enforcing it. You want to add to that?
Yeah. Yeah, the key for us, so our seatbelt wear was about 60%. And in that 60%, you know that there are some people that were clipping it behind them and seatbelt extenders, stuff like that. So it was lower than that. The tipping point for me was sergeants, supervisors on the road, MPDs, so those are our corporals, FTOs, who in my organization wore stripes as well. They were the tipping point because I never talked to a deputy about not wearing their seatbelt. I only talked to their supervisors about them doing a better job. I said it kinder than that, I swear. I don't know. I would just say that without them, you've got nothing. Without them carrying that torch, you've got nothing. You got to have them. And so you set the expectation with them, and then it is they signed up for it just like you guys all did. They signed up to get their people home, and you enforce that. And if they're not doing their job, then they can ride the pine somewhere. Their job is safety first, priority. No, value.
Tell me about the conversation on the tactical vest.
So the tactical vest started. They got permission to wear them. They were all over the map. So then we bought them for them so they all looked the same or were roughly the same. They could configure them. Then we started to hear directly, like straight to me as the undersheriff, that, yeah, our seatbelt gets caught up in them, so we can't wear a seatbelt anymore or give us a pass sometimes. And so my response was, you cannot not wear your seatbelt ever. So if you're telling me you cannot safely wear a tactical vest and wear a seatbelt, then I'm sorry, I'm taking them back. You're no longer going to be allowed to wear tactical vests because one is far more likely to save your life than the other. Oddly enough, the EVOC instructors and FTOs got together, did some fantastic training, and they were able to get in and out of their seatbelt while wearing their tactical vest after that. Is it playing hardball? Well, it's just doing the right thing. It's just safety first. That's all.
Any questions? Any questions from this group or anything from the virtual people? Nick, it's all yours.
All right, thank you guys very much. Okay, we're going to take 5, set up for the next session with Noel and David Flory, and then we'll be right back at it. All right, folks, we're going to get back into it for the next session, which will be somewhat moderated, but again, I want us to make sure we have conversations. I just want to start by quickly introducing these two folks. We've been narrowing the bios so we save on time. Everyone here is some muckety-muck, they've got a lot of time on, they've got all kinds of twos and throughs, their last names and that kind of thing. First on your left, your right, my left, is Noel March. He's a senior lecturer in justice studies, and he's the director of the Maine Community Policing Institute at the University of Maine. From 2010 to 2018, he was an appointee holding a United States Senate confirmed position of United States Marshal in Maine. We got several former marshals here, it appears. From 2002 to 2010, he was the chief of police at the University of Maine, and he is a graduate of the FBI National Academy 170th session. And to our great credit, he is an ambassador. He's a volunteer ambassador with our organization. Sitting next to Noel is former Chief David Flory. He's a senior research associate with the Institute for Intergovernmental Research, more commonly known as IIR. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They put on a lot of training, and they're responsible for the Valor program. And I mentioned Safe Leo before. That also runs through IIR. It's a BJA program, but it's run through IIR. He's been in law enforcement for a number of years. His career began in 1979. He worked for 31 years in the Bedford, Texas Police Department, and then was their chief for 12 years. In 2015, he then retired from he was the Hot Springs, Arkansas chief for 5 years and retired in 2015. He has a tremendous resume, but part of it also deals with tactical medicine. And I know I'm abbreviating that, Dave, so I apologize that, but he's done a lot with tactical emergency care, training both police officers, firefighters, and paramedics. He's got a bachelor's degree in science in criminal justice from Texas Wesleyan University and is a graduate of the 186th session of the FBI Academy. So please welcome these two.
Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. I'm going to kick it off, if that's all right, Nick.
Yeah, please do, just as long as we talk about some really important stuff.
It's all important stuff. So I feel like one of my teenagers, right? I still have a couple of those at home. And because I'm holding my phone, I've been making notes all morning. I had some thoughts already in mind about what we would do, David and I, together for this section, which it's been promised by Nick and others that it would be interactive, and this is the forum part of that. Because from what I've seen this morning, look, I was behind a badge for 40 years, and I've got to tell you, the enlightenment for me around some of these culture changes within our profession still astounds me. When I look at these numbers of 56% of officer-involved fatalities, last year, 56% weren't wearing seatbelts. And when I see the amount of speeding police cars unnecessarily, and then those two things, those incidents resulting in collisions. And number two, the public perception, by the way, it's 2025, and we need all of the deposits in the community support bank account that we could possibly get. I'm a community policing guy, and I'm here to tell you, and I'm probably not telling anything new, when our marked units, even our unmarked, everybody knows what an unmarked police car is for the most part, go flying by in the fast lane and go and are, tailgating, flashing lights move, oh, they must be going somewhere important. No, the public typically says, I received a speeding ticket for doing the same thing. And that is just absolutely incongruent with our goals of gaining public trust and support. So I just want to add those pieces here because it's sort of been, we'll turn to David just one second, but this has been burning in me. So Gordon Graham's been quoted and others have been quoted. I'm going to quote two people who have been here in the room this morning that made an impact on me. At first, it's Troy Anderson, our Executive Director of Officer Safety and Wellness here at the Fund. And that is, affecting change in a change-adverse culture. Isn't that the truth? And with the thing that he didn't finish saying, for those who weren't aware of what he was about to say, cops only hate two things. They hate change, and they hate it when things stay the same. So we complain about everything, right? And those are truths. And also Rob Beadler said this morning, or just this afternoon, traffic safety as a value. We have mission, vision, and values. Most agencies, listen, there's almost 20,000 law enforcement agencies in this country. Most of them have some mission, vision, and values. I don't know how many have officer safety through responsible traffic management, vehicle operation and practices as one of those values. And boy, didn't that hit home with me, Rob? So thank you for saying that. When David gives his piece of this, we then want to turn it to you. We want to get suggestions, recommendations, sort of epiphanies, some thoughts from the practitioners in the room who are doing this job side by side, peer to peer, seeing where those risks are that are unnecessary. If it's preventable, it's predictable, it's preventable, that's Gordon Graham. But I'm turning it over now to David Flory to take it. David?
Yeah, thanks, Noel. Well, first of all, it's not lost on me that being one of the last people to speak, a lot of the quotes I've already taken. But
I got the last one.
Yeah, I'll reiterate some of those. But it's also not lost on me that I want to recognize a couple of things. First of all, and I apologize for the long bio, but I'm also the program lead for the National Law Enforcement Roadway Safety Program, and we partner with the National Policing Institute. And two of my colleagues are in the room: Brett Cowles, a project director, and Christine Johnson, who's also in the room, who we have a fantastic partnership with the NLEOMF program, both with IR and MPI. Rob Beidler is one of our lead instructors. Rob and I get a chance to travel all over the country together. He teaches in Below 100 and the NLEOMF program. We do a lot of the same things, and we have a lot of the same language, a lot of the same statistics. We're not in competition with each other with Below 100. We are cohorts, if you will, in some of the things that we teach. But when I left the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, which is some very good policing, 10 million people, 8,000 cops, 60 cities, very progressive policing, and I went to Arkansas, which was a little bit different. I spent 5 years before I came full-time with the Valor Initiative, and have been teaching with the Valor Initiative in this program and Safe Leo and some others since 2015. Something you said, Noel, that resonated with me is that one of the reasons why we are where we are and stay where we are in law enforcement, and it was if you don't use contractions, it was the 7 words that I hate to hear the most in my career is, that's the way we've always done it. And I despise that phrase because it keeps us stuck where we have always been in law enforcement. And some of the same statistics that Rob quoted, that Dale Stockton quoted in the Below 100 program is true in the NLEOMF program, is that we use polling software in our classes that we do with patrol officers for an 8-hour roadway safety course. And we ask them anonymously to tell us about seatbelt usage. And our numbers run about 50% of students that tell us they never wear a seatbelt. And that is because there's a perpetuated myth that's been in existence since I started in law enforcement as a street cop in 1979, is that I'm going to get ambushed and I'm going to die in an ambush because I can't get out of my car fast enough.
Right. And my myth, when my FTO, we didn't even call them FTOs back then. The world was in black and white, and we had revolvers and flashlights this long. But my FTO said that, man, you've got to be able to jump out of that car and run in a moment's notice. Don't buckle your seatbelt, because you're not going to be able to catch the bad guy if you do. Again, one of the principal lessons of training a rookie cop. Show of hands, who's heard that from an FTO or from a sergeant or from another, I mean, anybody, is that still a thing? Is that still a thing? People have been around for a while. Just curious about that. I don't know if on video, if we have people who are like nodding their heads in agreement. But why is it? I mean, and we're going to tag team back and forth here, Dave. Sorry. Why is it that number is so high then? What's driving is it, help me out, audience. Is it does somebody have a microphone if we needed to walk around? Yeah. Why is it that something like 50% or 56% of us aren't wearing our seatbelts still in 2025? Any thoughts? Any guesses? Anyone? Bueller? Anybody?
So I'm going to interject one thing real quick. And you guys are all getting goodie bags as you leave. And we've put it up on our website before. There is a gal by the name of Melanie Fowler, who is a lieutenant commander with the Public Health Service. And she is writing or doing her dissertation on this very thing. And she's trying to get the same data to answer that actual question she wants. And there's a QR code on what you pick up. You can scan it. She wants people to just anonymously let her know why it is that you don't wear your seatbelt. And it could be she's gonna hear that same thing 100 times, but she needs to gather, again, I mentioned during lunch, data to figure out what it is in terms of mindset, policy, and procedure we can change that is driving this complete lack of safety awareness when it comes to seatbelts. And that's all in your. And if I can, I'll put a slide up with the QR code as well, so folks can click on that. And if you would volunteer your time to help Melanie with that study, you might have heard from her before. She's trying to get to the heart of the problem, the heart of the matter. But we are too. So if anyone would care to answer it.
What would you tell the Lieutenant Colonel? What would you tell Chief March? What's driving this 50% at possibly half not wearing seatbelts? Sir. Anna? Do we have a microphone up here?
We're getting one. It's coming up.
I don't need
okay.
one, but like,
yeah, I know.
Well,
for the Zoom people. The Zoom people can't hear.
Yeah.
That's the thing. All right, shout it out.
Thank you. Sergeant Smith with the Howard County Police Department, or the communications director for Howard County, thanks to Anna. No, it's okay. But just a thought that kind of came to mind was just in everybody, we perceive and have our own individual experiences. And I think a lot of officers who have those individual experiences, which is significant for them, they often are EVOC instructors and FTOs. And they are just out there, they have their own experience, and they spread the word, and they show those experiences like, this is something that happened to me, and this is why I don't wear my seatbelt. And it's just that word of mouth gets out there, and that drives the other 50% as to why they're not wearing their seatbelts.
Sergeant, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So ask you another question. Are you wearing body armor?
No, I'm not.
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you, and it was something I thought about coming out here to DC. And again, while I do have it with me, I have it in my car. 100%, I'm wrong, and totally valid thing for you to bring up. And I was like, am I gonna wear my body armor underneath my vest here? And I thought about, oh man, I'm gonna have to take apart my tactical vest here. Which is going to take me an hour, to put together. But yes, 100%. Agree with you.
So I think one of the things that I want to talk about is how do we change those paradigms? How do we change the seatbelt paradigm? How do we change the body armor paradigm, which is one of the below 100 tenets? And I think how we do it is, Rob alluded to it, is it's a leadership function. You're in a leadership position.
Yes.
You got subordinates sitting next to you that look to you to lead them. You got people all over the country watching you stand up and talk about not wearing your body armor. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
I can take it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Because as Rob said, you didn't get a point. You weren't told to be a supervisor. You asked to be a supervisor.
Absolutely.
You asked, I want to be a leader. Look to me to let me lead you. So one of the ways that I think we changed, thank you. One of the ways I think we changed the paradigm is we have to have courageous conversations like I just had with you. And one of the ways we do that is we created a program in the Endless program called PALS, Peer Accountability for Law Enforcement Safety. So we're all pals in this profession. We're buddies, we're cohorts, we're pals. And the only way that those guys sitting next to you are ever going to want to wear body armor is if you lead them to do it. And that's leadership. And that's peer accountability. And so that filters down to them. I spent a number of years, as Rob did, like many of you, I spent a lot of years in SWAT. And we had a peer accountability process as part of my entry team that I was on. Is we didn't allow each other to not wear body armor or not wear gloves or eye protection or whatever all the safety protocols were, because we had peer accountability. And that can filter down to our patrol ranks if we lead them to do it.
Show of hands, how many graduated from their academy, for those of us who were sworn, and were assigned to your FTO or wherever did your training, and heard some version of, all right, kid, now I'm going to show you how we do things around here. I don't know what you learned at the academy. Show of hands, who heard some version of that? 100%, because that's right, it's the cultural dynamic, and it goes, and tell me if this isn't true, show of hands. We do things differently depending who the supervisor is or what shift I'm working. Does that sound right? Is 3 a.m. in your PD a little different action or a different way of doing things? Not action, way of doing things than 3 p.m? A hundo, right? And that's often because of what we see in those who lead us. And it's those informal leaders. Tell me if this isn't true. Your sergeant or your FTO has a lot more influence over how you do what you do in that uniform than your chief of police. Nodding heads? Absolutely. And who do you want to please? The person that's doing your evaluation, the person that's going to say you're a good boy, good girl, bad boy, whatever it might be, bad boys, and earn the respect of your coworkers and your supervisors to know that you are trustworthy, you can be counted on to do the job and do it well. It's what they think that matters more. And so it's that leadership piece of setting the standard of what are we going to do for officer safety when it comes to taking care of ourselves with proper motor vehicle and traffic operation practices.
Yeah, I think leadership is the absolute key to this. And leadership is and should be manifested at every rank within the organization. When I was a chief, I taught safety. Rob, I know, believes it. He and I have very similar passions about officer safety in our organizations. It's not lost on me that I've lost 3 officers underneath my command as a chief. The last one I lost was a Hot Springs police officer who got killed in a foot chase, shot above his body armor, was wearing his body armor. Brent Scrimshire, God rest his soul, his name's across the street on the wall. I took an etching of it the last time I was here 3 months ago. And I know his wife and his kids are deeply miss him, just like Kim Shaw misses her 2 daughters, and all the other examples that I could give you. And so we two things that just came out of your conversation. First of all, what you just said. First of all, it's not a phrase that I came up with. I stole it. But culture eats policy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It makes no difference what I would sit up in my office on the second floor and put out as policy if my sergeants, lieutenants, corporals, and FTOs were not selling it at 3 o'clock in the morning. And if my sergeants are not out there leading, then they're failing me, and they're failing the people that they're supposed to lead, and they're failing themselves, quite frankly. And that's a big burden to take on for an extra 5% of pay for most people. But that's not why leaders become leaders. So I think accountability starts with our own accountability, and then we have to filter it down to the people that we are called to serve, and then we have to have peer accountability. You can take the EPIC program out of New Orleans as an example, the ABLE program, all kinds of peer accountability programs.
Thoughts on that? Yes, sir.
I just have a question about the seatbelt.
Mm-hmm.
I can go back to that.
We're going to get a microphone for you for the Zoom people to hear.
As you're doing that, I want to mention too, Dale Stockton alluded to this, and I was teaching a roadway safety program at a large agency in California last year, and I had the exact same conversation with a chief of that organization who an hour before that in our polling software, 46% of his officers said they never wear a seatbelt. And I met him as I was coming out of the men's room as he was walking across the police lobby and told him that, and he didn't believe me.
Right. My fellow ambassador, go ahead. I'll repeat your question. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So my name is Ben Bolton. I'm one of the law enforcement ambassadors like Noel is. Absolutely fantastic program, by the way. Mm-hmm. We're always looking for new ambassadors. As far as the seatbelt usage, I know a lot of cops probably just don't wear them because they don't have to. I retired from Alexandria, Virginia. Virginia law requires civilians to wear seatbelts, but not law enforcement officers on duty in police cars. So maybe it's just a matter of, well, I don't have to wear it, so I'm not going to wear it. I'd be curious if anybody polled civilians to ask them, do you wear a seatbelt because the law requires it, or because you think it's going to save your life? I'm wondering if any research has been done on that.
Well, that's interesting. So Bill Bolton, one of the ambassadors here at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund for Destination Zero and Officer Safety and Wellness. Bill, thank you. Worked for Alexandria, Virginia PD, pointing out that Virginia law apparently requires civilian, non-sworn civilian motorists to be buckled up while operating a motor vehicle, but there is a carve-out exemption for law enforcement officers that don't have to. That's interesting, kind of the history, right, of passing that legislation. But we wonder how much of that is enabling, if you will, of law enforcement to be off the hook. I don't have to wear it. And why? What was the thinking? What was the intent of that legislation? That's something the lieutenant colonel may be interested in teasing out a little bit. Who here works in a jurisdiction where it is not required by statute for police officers to? Just wondering. I see one hand. I got two, three. All right. That's interesting. So that I didn't know that. There's a lot I don't know, and that's added to the list.
So let me add one quick thing about the seatbelt and policy. And when we did a presentation in Lifesavers probably 2 years ago, I had a whole group of people, and there are two guys there, one from Mississippi and one from Kansas, and they told me that the way they handle, states have their own sort of public safety officers' benefits. If there's an officer who has gonna have a workers' comp claim in a crash or has been killed in a crash, and those two states reduce your annuity by 50% if you're found not to have your seatbelt on.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a motivation.
Well, there's incentive.
Right. Well, there is a rumor that goes around, because I see it when I do these investigations that come in. The organization will check yes for seatbelt, right? Every time on the data form. Check yes. But then I go and I pull that crash report. And I know we've already talked about our troopers who usually end up investigating a lot of these other jurisdiction crashes, and sure enough, that seatbelt was not on. And I think it's because there's a perpetuated myth that, they won't get any benefits if they don't have their seatbelt on. That's not true. Yeah. But I thought it was interesting what Kansas and Missouri did. And it motivates a lot of people, make sure they got their belt on.
And if you follow Stephen Covey at all, the 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, one of those things is measure. He says this: that which gets measured gets attended to. And I just look at the example Rob gave from Snohomish County, Washington State, around implementing these telemetrics, right? I think, Dale, you're speaking about this also. When it is being measured, we're going to start we're going to pay attention to our own performance. And if we're talking about how do we change culture, one thing that David's talking about is peer-to-peer. I mean, it's peer pressure, right? We know that those of us who have adolescents, either college age, it's what the friends say is cool, not what the parents say is cool, that lands with them. So what's acceptable on shift, on patrol, if it's peer-to-peer, looking out for one another, holding one another accountable, and if it's being measured as well. And then, if you're from Missouri, show me, right? Show me the output. I meant not the output, the outcome. Show me the outcome from the effort. And I was just making notes like mad. I'd like to have these below 100 slides because that is compelling. And then when leadership changes, the priorities change, and now we have these data sets not being measured now in the way they were. So know that about one another in your own agencies. I should be looking over here too. About in your own agencies. Peer-to-peer pressure and influence, wear your vest, watch your six, do all the things you need to do. Health, wellness, above the neck, below the neck, all those things, and all the traffic safety measures that we should be taking now, and measure it. That creates culture change within an organization or even on your very own shift.
Yeah, we have to, when I teach leadership to police executives, it's not lost on them, but you have to point out to them that regardless of all the other functions that we do as police leaders, as chiefs, sheriffs, executives, budgeting, crime reduction, keeping the mayor, the city manager happy, all the kinds of things that our job entails, the safety of our employees has to be the number one priority for every single leader, whether you're a sergeant or whether you're a lieutenant or whether you're a chief. We all talk a big game about safety, but when we don't live it out, we're literally failing ourselves, and we're failing the people that work with us, and we're failing our families, the people that we leave behind. If you want to have a paradigm change, go talk to a surviving family member of an officer who was killed in the line of duty, who otherwise could have lived through a survivable accident, could have lived through a survivable blunt force trauma, through a bullet wound because they weren't wearing body armor, or any other kind of predictable, it's preventable kind of event. Go talk to those people and let that move you to change. You'll be different because of it.
Because we can invest all we want, and we do, in technology. It's airbags, it's high visibility traffic vests, it's the seatbelts, it's all the other things we do to keep ourselves safer. But if we're not doing our part, if we're not participating in our own safety and looking out for one another and encouraging one another to those things, then so much is left on the table that shouldn't be. Look, how many here know a name on the wall across the street? Show of hands. Tragic. It's unfortunate. 24,000 plus is the number we heard from Nick this morning. Myself personally, I have two friends, not just names of two friends that I worked with are on that wall, both from traffic crashes. They're dead. So it is something that we need to invest in. Gordon Graham, I'm going to reference him one more time. Where he said that just a year ago, we put more money and investment into making sure our police cars perform at top performance. Hopefully, if you have the budget to do it, our police cars are running well, and we're not putting the same investment into our police officers. And and that's incongruent to me. So the knowledge that you're learning here about the practices and the steps that we can take in the area of reduction of fatalities among our law enforcement officers in traffic-related accidents is something that I think really it's all part of, frankly, it's the officer safety and wellness, it's organizational safety and wellness. A whole lot of police officers in this country didn't leave the profession because of defund. They left the profession because of a lack of healthy organizations where police officers felt supported by their political leadership. Can I hear an amen? So listen, I know I'm kind of up. I'll be asking for a collection later on. I'll pass the plate around. But I want to emphasize this for what you take away today, and those who are tuning in by video as well, and the continuing work of Destination Zero and the Memorial Fund here as well. We need to double down on this investment in our own safety and reducing those numbers by our own hand, by our own taking responsibility and changing culture in our profession. David?
Yeah, and I mentioned the PALS peer-to-peer accountability project, and so I'm going to leave several copies of a PALS contract. You can do peer-to-peer accountability with a handshake and an agreement similar to stopping smoking or reading your whoever you worship more. All different kinds of things that are healthy outcomes of peer-to-peer accountability, holding each other accountable. Weight loss, working out more, all kinds of things. But there's also a written contract that we've devised that I'm going to leave some copies up here that I highly recommend you pick up a copy and take some examples of it. Because again, I think we've been doing the same thing forever. Forever. We keep making the same mistakes in our profession that we've been making forever. And if we can't change it with the people in this room and the people that are watching, we're lost. We've got to take the initiative to lead ourselves and lead our people to leave a legacy for 100 years from now. They can look back and say, man, the people in 2025 were the ones that started the train, that started this thing moving, that reduced the numbers to below 100. We're trending, as he said, as July the 3rd, for the lowest numbers in forever. And so we've got the opportunity to be different. Don't walk out this door and not be different than you were when you walked in as a leader.
And everyone on Zoom and everyone in this room is a police leader. You don't need to have a gold badge to be a police leader. You be a leader for yourself and for each other. Nick, let's turn it back over to you to close us out.
Yeah, I wanted to actually, if we could, touch on one other thing, and it goes back towards, and I know in Endler's they talk about this, and we talk about it, in terms of roadside safety and struck-by crashes. Hopefully everybody in this room knows what traffic incident management is. I'll get to you in a second. But I want to talk about why I still see officers who have a shoulder or a sidewalk on, say, a major artery or major road with 3 lanes of traffic, still walking up to the driver's side.
I know the answer, Nick.
Can we talk about that? And can
because
people
that's
please
the way
tell me
we've
why they
always
still
done
do
it.
it? Right. But I mean, I've been retired, I don't know, it feels like forever, but this was filtering down when I was on the department. And I started to try and practice it because I was in that habit. But it made total sense to me when I was doing it to start doing it that way. Now in the city, depending upon what things, it could be difficult, but I see in jurisdictions around here all the time, I'm taking note as I drive by and I see somebody with the stop. First of all, I want to make sure they're okay. But the other thing is I see them walking up to the side of the car on the Rock Creek Parkway. We shouldn't be doing that if you've got the room. But I mean, maybe we can talk about why that is. And maybe we've already answered the question, but it's something I want people to focus on.
Throw it out to the room. Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, is it just habit? Why are we doing that?
Let me ask you a question. How many of you in this room routinely, if you make traffic stops, routinely use what we refer to as a safe side approach? It could be either side depending, but typically what we're arguing for is more of a passenger side approach. How many of you do a passenger side approach as a matter of routine? That's awesome.
I never did.
We ask that question in Endler's and we get less than 20% response rate.
We had a question or a comment up there?
2.
Go ahead.
So for the first question, can you give an overview of what is included in the contract? This is for Chief Flory.
Absolutely. So just for example, so it's basically a statement where if Noel and I were working together and we were going to have this agreement, this is what we promised to each other. First of all, it's basically, I give you permission to hold me accountable. And if you do, I'm not going to get mad. I can't. I already gave you permission. So basically it says, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I care about your well-being. I'm talking about Noel in this case. I care about your well-being and your safety, and I trust you care about mine. Yada, yada, yada. For example, if you see me violating safety protocols or working unsafely by, quote, not wearing my body armor, not wearing my seatbelt, not carrying a tourniquet on my person, because I'm a former paramedic as well, I'm huge into tactical medicine. The one thing that's done more to save officers' lives in the last 15 years than anything else, speeding unnecessarily or otherwise driving unsafely, not waiting for backup. Because we have the culture of speed in law enforcement isn't just about driving fast. It's about not waiting for backup officers. It's about putting handcuffs on people without backup officer. It's all kinds of different things, the manifestation of speed, and so forth and so on. And then we both sign it. That's the tenets.
Thank you. The second question is regarding the ABLE program that you mentioned out of New Orleans. You talk a little more about that?
Yeah, ABLE is an EPIC. Ethical Policing is Courageous. It's based on the same kinds of concept. Their program is as a matter of recognizing people who are part of the program and gone through the program. They wear a pin that says EPIC on their uniform, means they've gone through the program and they're part of the agreement, they're part of the covenant.
And what's in it? What's the covenant?
The same thing. It's more about ethical policing and holding each other more accountable to professional policing, but there's safety components as well.
Are you familiar with that here in the audience? The ABLE program, active bystander intervention. You do that for each other. If your partner's going off the edge of the cliff with this guy, this arrestee, tap out. I'll go in and I'm going to save your career here probably in just about 2 seconds, and let me come in with a little cooler head before this thing goes south any farther. Right? You understand that? Good. It's valuable. It's valuable. There are times, plenty of times, you've probably seen them.
All right, so I want to tease one other thing, and I mentioned it at lunch, and it's become an issue. We've seen it in I think Montgomery County, as well as I mentioned Alabama, virtually all over the United States, where folks are using stop sticks, tire deflation devices, whatever brand you're using, that kind of thing. Officers are being killed and injured using these devices. Last Lifesavers, Dale and Gordon Graham and myself did a presentation on all the data that we found, including using what's publicly available, videos. There are all kinds of videos out there showing what officers are actually doing with these devices versus the way, at least as far as I know Stop Sticks is trained, how they're being used. So the question in your organization is, are you training on these things? Are they sitting in your car so you can grab them whether you've been trained or not? And this is something we've seen other agencies, and there's some local agencies that have taken them out of their cars because they feel as though it's just too much of I guess temptation might be the right word. And I totally understand it. You want to stop that car, you want to get out there and, you see these good sticks, but they're putting themselves in such serious danger. Are there organizations here that use stop sticks in the room? Have stop sticks, or it doesn't have not that necessarily that brand name, but tire deflation devices.
And on Zoom, let's look for some answers on Zoom as well, if we still have some people there, because it's all about training, right? It's the pit maneuver, it's the stop sticks, it's we don't do rolling roadblocks anymore, but there's a time when you would form up your cars to slow down a fleeing vehicle, and this is a contact sport, and it's dangerous. But sometimes in order to protect the public, we have to assume a certain amount of risk. But without training, without policy, and being consistent with both of those, and not have it be a sort of an open mic ad hoc, play it by ear practice.
Yeah, part of that, Nick, is we have a big risk aversion problem in our profession. We weren't hurt yesterday, last week, last month, last year, 5 years ago. We weren't involved in a collision. Very few of the people whose names are on the wall across the street thought they were going to die that day, because part of it, not everybody, some of it's just risk aversion. It's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to me today.
It's probably
until it happens.
Probably more risk denial, denial of what the risks are. Matt, anything from our Zoom viewers yet? Okay, good. Just checking in. Want to make sure they feel included.
Does anybody in the audience have any questions that are traffic related, or any comments they'd like to make about what they're seeing now, i.e. it's getting worse, getting better, driving behavior? One thing I will tell you is that this year, of 3 of our fatalities involving law enforcement officers, they rear-ended vehicles.
Right.
2 of them rear-ended semis. And I don't know why that is. We could take an educated guess that they were distracted. We could talk a whole forum on the distractions in that car, right? Not to mention your personal cell phones. And unfortunately, I've documented a few crashes where they were on the phone with another officer having just cleared a call. And in this one particular case, the last thing the other officer heard his partner say was, "Oh shit." And she got hit by a semi because she ran a stop sign and ran right out in front of a semi.
Nick, we do have a comment here from Sheriff John Wetzel.
Yes, Sheriff Wetzel, please.
Do we have a microphone for
right here.
Sheriff? Good, thank you.
And I know what he's going to say.
Okay, clairvoyant. Go ahead, John.
Just a couple of things. One is, when we're talking about training, we send our deputies and officers to the range in order to qualify every year with our firearm. With my agency, when I was sheriff, we had an annual mini academy. Every deputy had to go to the mini academy. Part of that was they had to qualify not only with their firearm, but with their vehicle. That became an annual thing that they had to do. And if they didn't qualify, they got their vehicle taken away from them. So as a part of that also was the tire deflation devices. That became part of that annual training too. So I think if we're looking at how are we going to keep deputies and officers, part of that has to be through annual training. The other thing has to be into culture. And when I say culture, it has to be, when we talk about motor vehicle crashes and collisions, our state law calls them a state collision report. We have got to get away from calling them accidents. They are not accidental. You know, I think everybody, or a lot of people understand that 2 of my family members were killed in a motor vehicle crash. My wife and 2-year-old child did not die accidentally. They were killed in a crash because someone was speeding and running a stop sign. There was nothing accidental about those deaths. So if we're going to change the culture of law enforcement, we have to start calling them what they are. They're crashes, they're collisions, they're wrecks, and not giving somebody a pass because they're an accident.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm getting my steps in.
So, a couple things. This PAL contract, I'd not heard of that before, but I'll give you a simple version. One of our trainers had a guy that just frustrated the heck out of him because he wouldn't wear a seatbelt. And he came up with this, and it worked. What he did was he put a piece of paper in front of him and a pen and said, write it right now. And the guy looks at him like, what? He says, I want to know what I'm supposed to tell your wife when you die because you're not wearing a seatbelt, because I'm the one that's going to go talk to her. And the guy just looked at him, and he looks at the paper, he looks at him, and he just kind of bows his head. 2 weeks later, they're across the intersection from each other, like you can see, you know, what's going on in the other car. And he's doing this with a seatbelt because it convinced him that peer-to-peer is so powerful.
Can I
So
give one story real quick, Nick, on that? So one of our instructors is a sergeant with Texas Department of Highway Patrol who was going through what we call our spin-up process to be an NLERS instructor, and had been running calls with a sheriff's deputy in Falls County, Texas, and had been noticing that deputy had not been wearing his seatbelt. And once he was kind of convicted in our program to be an instructor, he goes back and has a conversation with this guy and hands him a piece of paper and says, write down 3 names of the people that I need to go tell your family members who to tell if you die in a collision and you're not wearing your seatbelt. Right. 2 weeks later, that deputy texted him a picture, was in a head-on collision, texted him a picture, says, I'll live because I was wearing my seatbelt. But then it gets better. A year later, he sends him another picture of his Tahoe that he rolled 7 times in a pursuit and said, thank you for saving my life. You held me accountable. You led me to be different and to be better, and you saved my life.
I think with that, we're going to close. That's perfect. Thank you, Chief Fleury. And thank you, everybody, for participating. One of the points behind this was to really talk about these things that we don't talk about, and to challenge people to talk about them. Sarge, I appreciate your honesty. Nobody was trying to hit on you. I really appreciate that, standing up. And, it's an issue we all got to face and make a change. That's what it's all about. So I appreciate it. I want to thank both of these distinguished gentlemen for sharing their time with us. So we're going to take a quick break, and then the last portion is another solutions portion. We're going to hear from a company, and some folks here have already seen this, but not a lot of you have seen it. It's a new distracted driver enforcement. Distracted driving is a huge issue. It's leading to these incursions that are killing cops. And then we're going to hear about a new training and testing facility in Pennsylvania. So take 5, and then we'll be back and we'll wrap up. So I want to bring up Dave Kelly. He's Vice President, Government Solutions for AccuSensus. His work with AccuSensus has focused on expanding AccuSensus' footprint in the United States through partnering with state highway safety offices and commercial motor vehicle offices and safety advocates. I'm not going to go through all your twos and throughs, if you want to fill it in, but he's been in the traffic safety game for quite a while, and he's going to take us through this system that I saw this presentation, I think, back in January, and I was really impressed by it, and I think it's a great tool. And before he starts, one of the reasons I think it's a great tool is it's not automated enforcement, meaning we just take a picture. It is boots on the ground, having a conversation with someone, stopping that vehicle and identifying the driver. And in the local jurisdiction conversations we have with speed enforcement, when they just take a picture and no one's like, well, we don't know who the driver is, but we know who the owner of the car is, we're not addressing that driver's behavior. This does. So go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Love to be here. I really appreciate the invitation. I've been working in traffic safety now for 30 plus years. Back in the day when I met my friend Jeff Michael, we were a lot younger at the time, and I had hair. So during my career, I've done a lot of different things, including some time at NHTSA. Was the chief of staff and the acting administrator there, and I think he knew I was going to do this. Keith Williams just left. One of the very first things we did when I got to the agency, I got the certification and the endorsement for a motorcycle license, which my wife said, nope, you're never getting a motorcycle, so don't even think about it. But I went through the course, and I'm just, one of my greatest career achievements is I had a better score than a motorcycle cop Keith Williams did when he was on the job, and I never let him forget that. So I think he knew I was going to say it, so that's what he left. But I did say it to him on his way out. So appreciate everybody's time today. AccuSensus, we are a company that was founded back in 2018. And we were founded when our CEO's best friend was killed by an impaired, distracted driver while he was riding a bike on the Pacific Coast Highway in California. And so Alex at the time was working for an automated enforcement company, and I heard him tell his story just last week in Connecticut. He was so upset that he'd been really investing in safety as a career, but yet one of his best friends was killed, and he just felt helpless. And he said, what are we going to do about it? And he approached one of the company he was working for and said, hey, let's start thinking about what we do about distracted driving. And they said no. And he said, okay, I quit. And he quit, walked out the door, and founded AccuSensus the next day to try to figure out what to do. And I got to tell you, I'm not a tech guy. I can't really talk about tech very well. I'm about 30 seconds away from exhausting what I can tell you. But there are a few things that I can tell you. Taking a picture inside the cabin of a vehicle is very difficult. And one of the reasons it's so difficult is because of the windshield and the protective coating of the windshield and the light and getting the reflectiveness in the light. Who remembers the old school red light camera pictures and old school speed cameras and what they looked like, right? They were really grainy. I mean, at the time, I think my 3-year-old kid was taking better pictures. And they were bad. You couldn't tell who was in there. And the reason is because you can't get any light inside the cabin of the vehicle. And so much smarter people than me, Alex and his friends, figured out how to do that. And what they did was they took a series of different infrared flashes at different sequences to get enough light inside the cabin of the vehicle. I'm going to show you some of these pictures in a second, and could see what was happening. And we could see what was happening so well, they could figure out if you were on a cell phone or if you were holding a can of soda. You could tell whether the phone was in a cradle or on your body. All of these things that you could look at because the pictures were so good. And so we started this program in Australia in 2018, and then we started in the US in 2019. Hit COVID, and that really slowed us down a little bit. But as Nick was saying, what we do, and I'm like 4 slides ahead, so hold on a second. Let me get to where we're going here. Sorry about jumping ahead. I just got ahead of myself there. But in addition to the conversation that we had about James Rapley, who's the gentleman's name, we see crashes like this. We see crashes like this in North Carolina, and I actually stole this slide from North Carolina. It's no longer North Carolina State Highway Patrol anymore because they just reorganized as of July 1st. So North Carolina Highway Police, I think, is their new name. This is their picture, and this is their crash scene. And this is why they started working with us, is because there were too many crashes like this that they were on the roadside for. And so what we started, they got in contact with us because we needed to do something. And this is what we're doing. We're trying to reduce these types of crashes in North Carolina. And the way that we're doing that is kind of addressing what NHTSA calls the fatal five: speed, seatbelts, distraction, impairment, and drowsy driving. Now, we have 3 of them. We're working on impairment and drowsy driving right now. But right now, we can enforce speed, seatbelt, and distracted driving all with the same trailer, all with the same camera, all at the same time. So I'm going to talk about how that works in a little bit, but we're trying to do as much multifunction enforcement as possible. That way, you're not just running a speed program, or you're not just running a belt program, or you're not just running a phone program. You're doing them all together. So when you look at those five, this is called the fatal five, and you sort of put together a risk factor of where that is. Just speed, just belts, just distraction, 189 times crash risk, just for those 3. And that's the guy, that's the girl, that's the driver we want to pull over. That's the driver we want to write the ticket to. That's the bad guy. That's, like, in a nutshell, that's who we're trying to get to. So as we look at what we're doing and how AccuSensus is growing, these are all the different programs we have. This is the required corporate slide that I have to show you. We started in Australia and we came over to the US, and now we're just sort of going back towards Australia with the type of programs we went that we're trying to incorporate. So sort of look at how we're using these programs and how we're doing it. I'm going to talk about what we call real-time enforcement, chip and chase enforcement, but we're using the camera technology to send information to a law enforcement officer roadside. They are taking that information, evaluating it in the vehicle, and then being able to write a ticket right then and there. Ticket's not coming in the mail. Ticket's not, coming a week later. It's coming right then and there. And the law enforcement officer is able to use their own discretion when they write the ticket. And that's what we want to do. We want to change the behavior as soon as we can. And I think that we could all agree that officer involvement, that one-to-one interaction, is really what's going to change the most behavior. So I talked about the program we did in North Carolina. When we went into North Carolina, somebody had to be first. And we were thankful for North Carolina for being first. And what we did with them was a commercial vehicle program. And that took a lot of work. It took a lot of work on a lot of levels. And one of the big things we talked about and we heard earlier was we need leadership. We needed leadership, and somebody, Captain Joe Memory, stepped up and said, yeah, I'll do this. I'll be first. And thank God for Joe. And he ended up being first. And so what they did, and when he does this presentation, he has another slide that sort of shows the top 10 commercial vehicle violations that they wrote. Speed, seatbelts, distraction weren't on the top 10 list at all, period. They weren't writing the tickets. Now, were they writing out of service? Were they writing, bad brakes? Were they writing everything else? Absolutely. But they weren't writing what was really causing a lot of the crashes. So what you're seeing with this sort of program, as the numbers grow, we started so I guess the middle column there, that's when we started running a pilot program. When we ran the first pilot program in the first month for them, they wrote more tickets in that first month than they wrote for the entire previous 12. And that was just one trailer that we had on 95. And so this program has continued to grow and grow, and now they're writing tickets at a 6-9 times rate than they did before. We started it as really focused just on the phone, and what we found was really started getting into the belts. and getting into changing that driver behavior. And now they're writing probably equally as many belt tickets as they are phone tickets. One of the other applications that we have is we do work zone speed programs. When I mentioned we were in Connecticut with Alex, there was a discussion with Connecticut DOT to do a work zone speed program there. And what we're doing with our work zone speed program, and states are actually starting to write legislation in this way that requires the officer to write the ticket in the work zone for a work zone speed program. So we put the trailer in the middle of a work zone. We set the officer outside the work zone. And then by the time the vehicle comes through the work zone, the officer is able to, it has the information and can write the ticket. I'm going to go through some of the functions of the technology in a second to show how that works. But what we're really looking at is trying to reduce the distraction inside the work zone by taking the police officer out of the work zone. There's so much going on in the zone already. Whether it's you got flaggers, where you have dump trucks, you have front loaders, you have everything going on inside the zone. Putting a police car sometimes in a work zone isn't the best idea. It slows things down. So we're not going to take away the enforcement. We're just going to move it outside the work zone, and then we're going to write the tickets out there. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing in Arkansas. When they started the program after they started the program in Arkansas, they saw a 45% decrease in crashes, with about a 40% decrease in commercial vehicle crashes. They've been writing more warnings and more warnings in violations, and they're seeing the crashes go down, and they continue to go down. So Kentucky just replicated what Arkansas is doing here with their law, and it specifically calls for this sort of real-time enforcement in the work zone. So going through the technology a little bit, and I talked about earlier, we have a trailer-based system. We can do a fixed-based system. We can deliver the technology in a lot of different ways. What people like the most is the trailer-based technology because it's movable. You can move it from place to place. So as you're looking at the trailer there, that's a commercial vehicle that's outfitted for a commercial vehicle program. If this was a speed trailer, we would cut it off at that number 5 there, right where you see that radar there. That's about 13 feet high. All the way up is about 26 feet high. So what we're seeing is you're seeing 2 cameras on top so that we can get multiple lanes. Those cameras are coming down at a 45-degree angle. When they come down at a 45-degree angle, we're able to get that activity that is below the dashboard. The activity that a regular police officer cannot see. It's down when they're down here, you go by, unless you're up elevated, unless you're on an overpass, unless you're driving in a bus, like there are some programs that do, or a jacked up SUV looking down in, you can't get that. We can get that activity. And that's where the activity is moving. This is no longer the violation that we see. The violation is down here. So we get those 2 cameras up top that come down. And then we where number 5 is we have both a tracking radar in there. So we're tracking the vehicles as they come in so we can get to a trigger point. And then there's a camera goes back so we can get the rear license plate. So we're kind of going both directions at that point. At the bottom in number 3, you see that circle down there. That's the guts of the system. And so every picture we take of a vehicle, if it doesn't result in a ticket, gets deleted right there. It doesn't get sent to a cloud. It doesn't get sent anywhere else except right there, and it gets deleted within 10 or 15 minutes, depending on what the rules are of the local agency. So if you were to drive up next to it, get that door open, figure it all out, and look at it, you're still not getting into the box because there's no ports in it. There's nothing there. And if you were able to somehow figure out how to get into it, there's 3 levels of encryption. So the data that does not result in a ticket ends up being deleted right then and there. I'm going to show you what happens to the data that does get used for a ticket. So the gentleman in the bottom left, his name is Jack. He's a former police officer from Waco, Texas. Not Waco, Texas, El Paso, I'm sorry. And we have termed him violator for this this demonstration. This was a closed course that we did where we made a video out of it. But Jack's going through, and I'm going to sort of take you through the whole process that you would see as he drives through. He goes underneath the solution in the picture right above him with the violation. In this case, I think he was speeding. So as he goes through, you see sort of the overview on top, and it comes down as he drives past it. The police officer on his tablet is going to get that real-time interface. That real-time interface is showing the license plate of the vehicle, any picture that's associated with the vehicle, the picture of the car itself, and then it's kind of hard to see with this, but right above the license plate, there's a bar. That's a countdown timer. So that when you set up and you log into the system, you say, hey, I am 3/4 of a mile away from the system. That countdown timer tells you when the vehicle is going to show up. And you're gonna see a little bit of a demonstration via video in a second that sort of shows that timer coming down. So you can get sort of a description of the vehicle. You know what car you're looking for, or truck in this case, in the case of the commercial program. So that comes in, that's user interface, that's everything you want to do. There's a little button that you don't see there. It says verify. If you're going to write the ticket, you hit verify. All the information is now saved, and it doesn't go anywhere until you finish processing the ticket after the stop. So a couple of things we're seeing. So like I said before, that picture on the left is what we're seeing. This activity is prevalent. It's what we see all the time. Now, unfortunately, we've seen some other things. We've seen guns. We've seen naked drivers, which was baffling, but we see it a lot with commercial drivers for some reason. But one of the more disturbing things is you see over there in the left-hand picture is you see an infant on the passenger's lap. We've actually seen infants on driver's laps as they were driving. This is the type of stuff that we see a lot. And it's we got a question.
We do. I didn't mean to jump in, but it's relevant to exactly what you're talking about right now that came in. So how does the privacy of each driver come into play, and have there been complaints about personal privacy being violated?
Yeah. So we handle privacy in a lot of different ways. So, first of all, like I said, we're deleting the images as they come in for vehicles that are not ticketed. We can also have the ability to blur out the faces of the driver at the time of capture. We can do that. We do that a lot. And so one of the things that we're looking at, and I should go back and explain, if you see that box that goes around there, right, on the left-hand picture, the first thing we do is we find the driver's, the steering wheel, okay? Once we find the steering wheel, AI then evaluates that crop that we just saw right there. That's where the AI works. These pictures are taken in data collection programs. These are not enforcement pictures. These are pictures that were taken in data collection programs. So you see the data, the crop of that's what the AI focuses on. And it starts looking in there for what we've determined to be a phone. And that's why we're getting those types of things. So from the privacy perspective, from the driver, we can blur out the face. We're deleting things that are not going to end up being tickets, and things that are ended up being tickets are part of an evidence package.
There's a follow-up to that, if you would. Are drivers alerted or aware that they're being filmed coming into the area?
So that's a program. That's a local. However, the local agency is doing the program. There are some that have signs. There are some that do not. That's a program. That's an agency determination on how they want to run the program. So I want to show you one more. See if I can get this to work here. Right. This quick video. It's about a minute or so long of actually running the program in North Carolina. sergeant here dispatching some folks who are kind of staged downstream in a second.
Possible cell phone violation there, but a definite seatbelt as well. A cell phone and a seatbelt. Anybody up?
By the way, nobody responded because they were all writing tickets.
Pulling a white enclosed van with blue stripes on it. The trailer number is 839-889. 839-889. He's about to pass me in about 5 seconds. Creek Carrier Court, red Freightliner, white and blue trailer.
Here comes his freight line. All right. Okay. This is how we know people are paying attention. We are getting more and more people telling us that they're paying attention. There was a gentleman who was on TikTok in North Carolina. His name is Biz Owner, and Biz Owner went on a TikTok, and next thing we know, it had about 400,000 views on TikTok. And I was alerted to it when I was actually in Australia, meeting with the board for the first time. And we were at dinner, and I was like, oh my God, look at this. And my phone got passed around the table, and everybody was like, oh, this is great. And so we know people are paying attention because they're telling us. And we're getting more and more real hold with sort of the discussion. Our next steps are to move into passenger vehicle programs. One of the things that I didn't talk about too much was, and John Marshall actually helped us with this, was we were able to get NHTSA and motor carrier and federal highways to allow federal funds to be used to pay for these programs. As some of you may know, there is a ban on automated enforcement, federal funding for automated enforcement. What we did and what we talked to the agencies about was we convinced them this was not automated enforcement. Automated enforcement was, by definition, getting a ticket in the mail 3 weeks later. This is actual real-time enforcement. And this is the type of enforcement that is done every day. And this is all we're doing is helping the officers out there. And like I said, all of the agencies have agreed with that and have allowed federal funds to be used for various programs. So local agencies don't have to come up with the money for the trailer to run a program. They can get a grant from their highway safety office or use some other federal funding mechanism. So that's what I got. Happy to talk. I know we're running out of time, but if there's somebody with a question, I know gentlemen had a question here. So how do we train the AI?
The false flags.
Right.
Because you said any immediate or any non-tickets are deleted, right? Yep. So false flags would be much more common since none of the training data would have the non-tickets.
So it's a great question. And can you repeat the question? Yeah. So the question was, if we're deleting non-enforcement related photos, how are we training the AI? Is essentially because we have to keep retraining the AI to get it better. The more AI, like everything else, the more it does, the better it gets. And so what we do and how we've done that, what we've looked at is we've looked at specific programs where we've worked to collect, where we also do data collection programs. We'll do prevalence studies for, how many people are on a phone in a particular area. And in those cases, we look at every picture. Right. And in those cases where we've done a data collection program, we have been able to use some of that data to feed back into the system. So we are continually trying to work with our partners to allow us to use the information we're getting to train the AI to get it better. And we'll just feed that information back in over and over. We'll say, yes, this was a ticket. This wasn't it. This was a violation. This is a seatbelt. This isn't a seatbelt. those sort of things, and it will continually retrain the AI to make sure that we're getting what we need to get. But those are done in enforcement programs, not in data collection programs, not enforcement programs. Yeah.
Yeah. So my question is, how does the clarity of the camera work? Because I know, like here in DC, we have a big issue with tint being on the front of the windshield, so it's like really hard for us to see inside. But does that pick up what's inside, even if it has tint on the front windshield?
So, like I said earlier, we're about to exhaust my technical ability to explain camera flashes. Okay, but so what we use an infrared camera flash and a series of them. So it's not the white light that you get when you see with other cameras, right? We're using the infrared flashes that are invisible to the driver, and we're using a series of them. So it's that series that provides enough more illumination into the cabin of the vehicle than you can see with the human eye. So it's really in the technology of the camera flash that allows us to be able to see that. So if you were to look at right this, so here's it's a monochrome black and white picture that we're getting into the camera. Like we're not, and because it's the monochrome picture, we don't need the white flash. The white flash is the flash you need to get the color picture. Right. So that's why we have, if you saw in the trailer, the rear picture going away is the color one, because that's not distracting anybody, because it's the vehicle's going away. They've already passed the trailer in order to get that shot.
So you tested it with tint on the front?
Yes. Yep. We have tested it in a variety of different circumstances. Our biggest challenge. I need to correct how I say that, right? Our biggest challenge is actually sun glare. So if the sun is setting or raising at a particular angle at a particular time of day, those pictures can be challenging. But the good thing about sun glare is that the sun keeps moving. Eventually it gets out of that bad angle and we can move up. I think we had a question up here. Our friends at Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA does it through their 402 funding. FMCSA is using MIXAP or high priority grant funding or different programs like that.
I know with like another use of the IR camera technologies right now with like the automated vehicles and like the Waymo stuff. And I know a big issue so far with the IR camera system has been like inclement weather. So like rain or like snowfall. Would that immediately just give off that would the system just not work within an inclement setting? Because I know that's like a big issue with the IR.
So part of those problems with the IR cameras and the AVs is really it's the combination of both the LiDAR and the IR flash. So since we're just taking a picture at the time of when it happens, we don't have any issues with. We haven't had any issues with weather related. We had one situation where there was a snowstorm in Alabama that we weren't ready for, and the pictures. Usually, if we know a bad storm's coming down, right, we're going to pull it down. We got a guy that goes and takes it down, but this was left up at that point with the snowstorm, and it was a pretty heavy snowstorm. It was pretty heavy snow, and we were still able to get pictures, but we could also we got a lot of pictures of snow in between the camera and the vehicle. Appreciate everybody's time. Thank you so much for having me. Happy if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you. I took glasses off and put them somewhere.
All right.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, I knew folks, I think, would be interested in that. When I saw the presentation, I was like, this is a whole new approach. And as I mentioned, it's enforcement, right? Getting that driver and identifying that driver with that bad behavior. So last but not least is my good friend Todd Lease, who used to work for the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission and has been an advocate and trainer in the Traffic Incident Management TIMS program. He's been a part of a number of our safety programs, as well as our summits, and he now works for Jacobs. But just a few months ago, he made me aware of this really cool thing happening up in Pennsylvania, which for all of us local folks is close enough for us if we ever get a chance to go up there and train and take advantage of what I think is going to be a tremendous resource. And I think he'll tell you, but based on my conversation with them, is they want to make this a national resource. So if you would please welcome Todd Lease. Thank you. Let me get you set up. There you go. He only has 50 or 60 slides.
Yeah, I tried to keep it, for me, that's pretty good. So we're going to talk about PennStart, which is the name of the training facility that we're going to talk about. So why do we train? How many of you have had the 4-hour traffic incident management training course? Okay, how many of you have done anything after you've taken that course with it? Change policies, procedure. A lot of times we take that course and it's magic, right? We take the course and we're safe now. We don't have to do anything else. But we have to go beyond that 4-hour course, and that's what we want to look at. How do we do this? So we need to train for the incidents before they start. Have, again, practice SOPs, repetition. If you have an SOP or if you have a policy and you don't enforce the policy, do you really have a policy? Okay? In Pennsylvania, there's agencies that have a policy to wear a high-vis vest when we're out in the roadway, but they never wear them. I've seen 3 in the past 25 years. They're like unicorns. It's like, there they are. And so we got to do something better. Repeatable, realistic training. And so we're going to talk about that. So these are some numbers here for you, for those that like numbers. In May of 2025, there's been over 200,000 police officers that have taken TIM training through the federal highway site. Okay, which is great. But we have 750,000 police officers, according to our folks here at the Memorial Fund. So is that good that only 20% have taken the training? So no, we got to get people out there to do some more training. What's the number one discipline getting struck by vehicles? Wrong. Police officers, right? You are the number one discipline getting hit by police officers or by vehicles. So these are the numbers that we keep from the Emergency Responder Safety Institute. So I am their deputy director, and we track numbers a little bit differently than what the Memorial Fund does. But look at the total. 129 law enforcement officers have been struck and killed. Some of these are vehicle assaults as well. But number one discipline. This is a map of the United States that I make up. Every one of those blue dots on that map is a police officer that has been struck and killed since 2015. There's a lot of dots on there. If you go there to that site and click on that, it's going to bring up and tell you a little bit about that officer. So again, just on the I-95 corridor, which a lot of us are here from, look how many law enforcement officers have been struck. Do you feel safe when you're out there? And again, I know you're worried about bad people doing bad things, but what if they're using a 6,000-pound car to kill you as opposed to a gun? So we got to be smarter. We got to be go out there and train. So one of the things we're doing in Pennsylvania, and I've been working on this since 2016, and it seems like we've been pushing this boulder up since 2016, but we're building a facility called PennStart, the Pennsylvania Safety Transportation Research Track. The website for this is pennstart.org. But again, it's going to be located off of Interstate 70 near Newsstand. Anybody know where Newsstand is? So drive up Interstate 70 and guess where you're going to come to? You're going to come to Newsstand, Pennsylvania, and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Okay? It's going to be on the lot where the old Chrysler VW plant was at because they have a large facility that's not being used. So they're repurposing it with the redevelopment authority to use this facility for this training. And it's to provide hands-on traffic incident management training for emergency responders. Guess what police are? Emergency responders. We can overturn cars, trucks, buses, do all the fun stuff for traffic safety reconstructionists. You can demonstrate that, but we're also going to use it for technology. We talked about technology earlier. We talked about Haas Alert. We talked about items like debris clear, that we're clearing debris off the roadway without having to get out of our vehicles. So we have all this technology that we're using, guardian angel devices. So we're looking at that. So the number one reason, and the customer segments that this facility is going to take care of are these two that I'm worried about the most. Okay, how are we doing traffic incident management training? and UAS. We use UAS up in Pennsylvania for crash reconstruction because we clear the scene 60 minutes or 60% faster than if we use total station. If I clear the scene 60% faster, is that 60% that I'm not a target for somebody that's looking to hit me? This is what the facility is going to look like. It's going to have a 2-mile high-speed oval highway. It's going to have roundabouts. It's going to have hills, curves, sight distance issues. It's going to have a lot of different things in here. Railroad crossing, and we're going to be able to configure it. We're going to be able to flood part of the roadway to simulate floods going across the roadway. We're going to be able to, it's in western PA. Chances are you're going to have snow in August. So, we're going to be able to simulate the snow. What also is a good feature of this track is if you look over there on the right-hand side, that is currently a site being used for AV testing. The vehicles are coming. The robot cars are coming. How are they going to interact with responders? And I've had conversations with the people testing out there, and they've asked me many times, what do you want these AV vehicles to do? The number one thing, don't hit a responder. Drive past the scene, slow down, do whatever. And so we're working with them as well there. So this is, it's just a rendering of what the plant or the site will look like. This is about 130 acres. So it's a big facility. It's about $37 million facility to train responders to work there. And it's going to just have some different speed courses. And so they say target speed is going to be 70 miles per hour. It's actually being built for 80, 90 miles per hour. So they'll be doing some pursuit training, pit training, a lot of stuff there, as many things as well. We're currently doing training, at least one training a month out there that I go up and do. And we're focused on training responders now. So we go up and do these trainings. The training's free for emergency responders because we don't want the responders to pay. Hopefully the facility, leasing it out to AV companies and other companies will pay for the facility that we can train responders for free. I said, I don't want the responders to be only able to train at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday afternoon if it's raining out because we don't have time for the facility. So the responders will have at least access to that facility. I believe it's in the agreement 40 to 50% of the time that they could use that for emergency responder training. So we want you to go out there. We want this facility to be used. So I'm developing a course catalog for classes here from entry-level classes up until master level classes. And I haven't had college training, so I can't tell you what master level training is. Probably going through the drive-through, getting my Slurpee and going on. So we're starting construction. They cleared the trees. We had an issue with the Indiana bats. The Indiana bats fled the coop, so we cut the trees down now. They're starting to move dirt, and they're going to start construction probably in October. The plan for this is to be open by August of next year because I have an event booked at the center August of next year already, the beginning of August. So I said, if you don't build the facility, make it look like you built the facility so that I can at least have this out here. So again, timeline here, we're working with, this is a partnership between the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, PennDOT, RIDC, which is the Redevelopment Authority of Western PA, and Carnegie Mellon University. So we're doing a lot of academic research stuff out here as well. And we're working on getting grant opportunities and doing a lot of things for that as well. I know I went through this fairly quick because I know I'm the last person of the day for you to speak to. So, and usually I don't care, but Nick told me he'd reveal all my deepest, darkest secrets and talk about my OnlyFans page and everything. And I don't need that right now.
I wasn't going to mention this.
Well, yeah. So this is another product that we're doing. And what other way do we train responders? We're using virtual reality to train responders now. So this is a new product that was developed when I worked at the Pennsylvania Turnpike, because what we used before was 3-foot wide, 8-foot long maps and 200 Matchbox cars, and we played Matchboxes. And it worked great if you could bring in a group of people. How many of you had trained with, we have all police officers here, how many people have trained with their fire department within the past year? 2 out of the 750 people in the room? It's not good. Okay, we got to train with the other disciplines. How many of you have trained with your tow truck operators? Crickets. Is that a problem? You need the tow truck operator to clear the scene. So how about we train with them? So that's what this program and any kind of traffic incident management program does. It makes you train with your other responders and talk to them. Communications, coordination, and cooperation. Okay, so the facility is going to be built. So that's the old way we used to do it, using the matchboxes. And again, this is the new version here where we're using technology for this training. Again, we could make a scene and we could create any scene you want to. And we could bring in Google Maps with this scene. So we have 6 different scenes that are basic scenes that we could create without using Google Maps. But then we could also import Google Maps and do that. You can change the time of day, you can change the weather. You could overturn the vehicles, put them up there. So we're going to use you. How many vehicles are involved in this crash? And if you don't answer, I'm just going to stare at you. You're going to stare at me. It's going to get real weird real quick, and we'll be here forever. I'm okay with that. So again, you see the pickup truck with the camper. You see an SUV. You see the passenger car, and you see the tanker. What's my concern about the tanker? Hazmat. What's in that tanker? What if it's milk? Is that a hazard? Yeah, if it gets into a stream, right? So, exactly. If it gets warm, now I don't like to drink warm milk because I go to sleep, right? Does this change the situation, the scene? So when we do this class and we show this in the class right off the bat, we ask the law enforcement, where are you going to park? Where's law enforcement going to park at this scene? As close to the scene as possible, right? Because why? Because we don't want to have to get out and walk. Because the sun's really hot and it hurts our eyes, and we're afraid of butterflies and all kinds of stuff, right? And I'm not picking on law enforcement because otherwise. But when you do that and then we light the car on fire, does that change the scene as to maybe you shouldn't have parked there? And then what we'll do is we'll bring the fire department in behind them and say, well, I'll back up. Well, you can't because now the fire department's there.
You're dropping off a little bit, so you gotta stay by the mic.
Trying to keep me contained here. I see how you are. So again, and we could do that first person view. So we could put a responder in that scene, and you see the view from his first person view. We can put him behind the steering wheel, and you can see the windshield scene size up that we teach. As we're looking at this scene a little bit further, what happens when we do that 360-degree size up? Now, do we see more of what the scene is? Do we get tunnel vision when we pull up to an instant scene sometimes, a crash? And it's like, it's a 3-vehicle crash. I forgot about that vehicle down the hill, over the embankment, on the guardrail. The tractor trailer that's now half-mile down the road just parked over the drain leaking diesel fuel. Or if it's on fire, it's going to park underneath the bridge, right? What's the responder see? So training on the mindset. Do we have some issues with some of our police officers, some of our responders, being able to give a good scene size up with what you see at the scene? So we use that for this, create the scene, start building it out. How about this scene here? Any issues? This is a scene in which a firefighter was struck and killed. This occurred at 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, look where the firefighters are standing. Okay, how many of you are familiar with the Schuylkill Expressway coming out of Philadelphia? 3 o'clock in the morning, a DUI struck another DUI. What's the chance of a third DUI coming out of Philadelphia at that time in the morning? Pretty good, because if you lived in Philadelphia, you'd want to drink, probably, I'm guessing. But how many times do we see responders with our back to traffic and not paying attention at an incident scene? Did that ever happen? Every time we have a crash, right? And again, if we could show you this in a training tool and say, what can we do better? Does that improve scene safety for us and improve our training? We could run traffic past the scene here. So I don't have the traffic on. I just have screenshots of here just because of interest of time. But what's my windshield scene size up? How does that affect what I could see outside that scene? I could see less this way, right? So at this incident, those 3 firefighters were standing on the side of the vehicle there. They were watching the scene. They were watching the officer do the field sobriety test. A female that had pulled over 3 times earlier that same day for reckless driving came through the scene, hit those 3 firefighters. One of the firefighters' bodies flew through the air, struck the state police officer there. We had 4 responders down. The blocking vehicle, that fire truck that had been on scene, we sent that away because we don't need blocking anymore, right? Because we have the scene set up. Is that a problem? The fire company put 2 traffic cones out. Why did they put 2 traffic cones out? We used to carry 5 cones, and then one of them got hit, and then we only had 4. And then one of them got hit, we only had 3. Then one of them got hit, we only had 2. And the one firefighter that got hit and injured here said, should we buy more traffic cones? And the chief said, no, they're just going to get hit anyway. Is that the attitude we need to have? Again, it's about leadership. It's about presenting what's going on at the scene and about sharing the information. So again, we also got to look at the real scene, and we also need to look at the emotional impact of some of these calls too. And you could do this. So you could, how many of you have done a formal after action review? Every hand in the room should be up, right? What do we do an after action review for, Rob? We do it to improve the process, right? We're not doing it to hang somebody or discipline somebody, but we are so risk averse on a lot of these struck by crashes that we have. We say, hey, do you want to do an after action review? Nope, don't want to look at that too close. Why? If we can improve that somebody else doesn't get hit, that's what we want to do. How about a scene like this? Is this dangerous for responders? Does this make it more dangerous? Again, using some post-incident protocol in the scene. Let's look at this scene. So this is using the Google Maps. So I got to speak twice out in Iowa at the Iowa State Traffic Incident Management Conference. And this is a scene that I saw on my way to the conference. And they were pigs instead of cows, but I don't have pigs in this scene. So we use cows. Cows masquerading as pigs here. But this is something they have happen multiple times a year out there because they process so much meat, pigs, cows, or whatever. What's my concern here? Is my concern about those cows running across the roadway? My concern, why is the ambulance parked on that side? And we have those conversations, and you have these conversations here before the incident happens. Again, it gives you any kind of view that you want of the incident scene as well. So I created a scene here. So this is showing you some of the video. What's that? What hazards do you see in this crash? Weather, fire, smoke. See the electrical wire, electric down? Okay, so we're looking at the officer's view there, and I'm just gonna pause that. What else do you see? Am I concerned about that camper? What's the camper have on the front of it? Propane bottles. Am I concerned about that? Now, we know that nobody in the United States or anywhere would actually ride in the camper, except for when they do. So are we gonna look in the camper? How many of you have an area that you cover in your jurisdiction that abuts a neighboring department's area? Is that an issue? So this is off the Lebanon-Lancaster interchange of the Turnpike. The reason why I do this, because every time we have a crash there, Lebanon County would dispatch emergency equipment, Lancaster County would dispatch emergency equipment, and the Pennsylvania Turnpike would dispatch emergency equipment. All three with each of their own fire department response, and each of them with their own police department response. What happens when the police get there? Not my crash. That got to be your crash. What happened here, if it happened 2 inches over here, I'd handle it. And it's like, that's when we usually tell the state police, it's like, you have state police on there, right? So you cover the whole state. Is this Pennsylvania? Yes, thank you. You can cover this. So again, what's some of my view here? Light's a factor at some of our emergency scenes. We have too much lighting. So again, you could zoom in, zoom out on this scene. You could overturn those cars, trucks. You could light them on fire. You could put out traffic control. You could turn traffic on. And we're going to turn traffic on here in a second. So you'll see traffic going by here. But what does that do now that we have traffic come by the scene? Does that add to our complexity? So do we make the scene safer by always shutting down the roadway? What happens when you shut down the roadway? Are you transferring the risk to somebody else? There's time and place to shut down the roadway, but there's time and place to keep the roadway open if you can, especially on a highway. Are people used to going from 85 miles per hour in a 70 zone to 0? Is that a problem? Yeah. Time of day. What happens when time of day happens? Does that create more of a hazard for my scene? So again, we could do all this stuff here. Again, as we go through here, it's one system. You could use this tool. If anybody wants to use this tool for your department, we could give you free 2 months use of this tool to check out, use it for your department. I'll even give you free tech support. I have zero technical knowledge, but I'll get on the phone with you and say, did you turn it off and did you turn it back on? Did you plug it in? Did you unplug it? But yeah, I can do that as well. So again, free training. National Policing Institute offers free training for police for traffic safety and other free training. ResponderSafety.com. Has anybody heard of ResponderSafety.com? We have 48 free training modules. How much are these training modules that are free? Free. 48 different training modules related to roadway safety. I serve as their Deputy Director of Training for ResponderSafety.com. It's a volunteer role. And if you have a struck by incident where one of your vehicles are struck, please go to report struck by and put that in, because we have no idea how many struck bys occur in the United States. I know that there's at least 2 every day because I get reports from all over the country telling me that there's at least some crashes out there. And finally, there's my contact information. I have my business cards. Feel free to reach out. I'll answer any questions that you have. But I hope you take advantage of either Penstart or Real Scene. Again, I'm not here to sell you anything. I just want to show you the tools. So, I mean, I will sell them to you. But any questions? You guys just want me to shut up and go away, right?
Oh.
I see how you are.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Todd. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the development of Penstart and, of course, all the tools. And he mentioned respondersafety.com. You can get a free TIMS certificate. I've gone on and gotten my TIMS certificate. You'll learn a lot about why the fire department does what they do. You'll understand or not understand why we don't have national standards like the NFPA for law enforcement, right? But every time you see the back of a fire truck, it's got those orange and yellow chevron stripes on the back of them. So visibility.
Dark and sneaky.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. So I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank those of you who joined us virtually. For those of you who are here, when you exit, we'll leave the museum open. The gift shop is open. When you go up through the escalators, there are bags there. Please take a bag. There's more information in the bag. There's some pins, coins, that kind of stuff, a little tchotchke for everybody to thank everybody for coming, along with some more information. So I think that's it. I want to thank you all again for coming. We are available here, right? If you need information or data or you missed something, just contact me. I can give you my card, whatever you need. We're here to make sure we keep those numbers being driven down. Thank you all very much.